been working towards this for so long. If you haven't already had a chance to see the docuseries on Netflix, I can't encourage you enough.
It's spectacular.
I've been supporting Cyan for a while through her Patreon. You can become also, again, just a fantastic person who is inspiring us not only through her science and astronaut launches, but also through her art. So again, you can go to her Shift for Space website. And again, that's another way to support not only her, but also the St. Jude mission. We wish them complete and utter success. And I will be cheering her on when that happens on Wednesday evening. And we all know that it's like 2020 and 2021 have most likely had some challenges. We lost a dear member of our team. She was the first person I met when I came to my very first Human to Mars Summit. Back in, I think that was 2014. Again, just we wanted to honor Debbie Cohen for her years of commitment to explore Mars and all that she did. I'm sure that if you ever attended in person, you were greeted by her and her energy, and she is sorely missed around.
Absolutely. Very fond memories. And yeah, anybody who's come to the Humans to Mars Summit live would have seen, probably the first face you would have seen would have been Debbie's. So we're so sorry for her loss, and she will be remembered. Yeah, she made a great contribution to the goal of getting humans to Mars and space exploration in general. Speaking of in-person events, we will be planning, while we all know we prefer being live right now or in person right now, we do plan to be in person next year on May 17th through May 19th, 2022, at the National Academy of Sciences in Washington. We will be holding the 2022 Humans to Mars Summit. So right now, for the next week, we have a special pre-registration price for people who register during H2M and a little bit beyond until Sunday. So it's about a little less than 50% off the regular registration price. And so if you go to h2m2022.eventbrite.com, you can find that. We'll post that on the screen throughout this conference as well. So we hope you'll be able to come to our in-person event next year. We're going to have a spectacular event, which will announce more details over time, but wonderful receptions, lunches, and surprises. I also, before I introduce Janet again, I want to thank our sponsors and partners, starting off with Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Collins Aerospace, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Paragon Space Development Corporation, E360, MDA, Honeybee Robotics, Relativity Space, Qualtech, Colonize Mars, Two Planet Species, Tamer Space, as well as all of our partners. I'm not going to mention them all right now, but I'll mention a number of them as we go along. Space.com, the Planetary Society, National Institute of Aerospace, and many, many more we'll mention throughout the conference. So without further ado, I'm going to hand back to Janet Ivey, the president of Explore Mars, to start our program.
Well, I want to introduce the two people that you're going to hear from next. Congressman Ed Perlmutter has deep roots in the 7th Congressional District. He has remained focused on representing the people of Colorado State, and basically his whole tenets revolve around giving people the opportunity to pursue their own American dream. He believes working across the aisle to find common ground, and that is critical for democracy. And in the 117th Congress, Ed is proud to serve on 4 committees in the House: Financial Services, Science, Space, and Technology, also Rules, and the Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress. On the Financial Services Committee, he serves as chair of the Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions Subcommittee, and he's a member of the New Democrat Coalition, which is focused on harnessing American ingenuity and innovation to create new jobs, greater economic prosperity, and a safer and more secure future for our country. So speaking of ingenuity and innovation, it's a natural introduction for Lisa Callahan, who is the Vice President and General Manager for Commercial Civil Space at Lockheed Martin. And in this role, she's responsible for all aspects of execution, strategy, and growth in the commercial and civil markets of human and robotic deep space exploration. Her team of about 1,700 amazing women and men build and operate the spacecrafts that provide bandwidth to connect the world, early warning weather data to protect life and property, and further allows humans and robots to explore our solar system. And that is the most powerful and exciting things of all, is like to think about unlocking the secrets of the universe. She's had her 30 plus year career. She's held a variety of leadership roles for Lockheed Martin, and she brings her strong business mind to that vision. She graduated from Virginia Polytechnic Institute, and maybe the thing that makes her even more wonderful and ecstatically human is that she fosters puppies with a local rescue, and they are proud. She and her family, they have found homes for more than 500 dogs. So when we talk about going to space, we want to always go with a human perspective. So I'm imagining Lisa will try to find a way to take a puppy with us. So enjoy this conversation between Lisa Callahan and Congressman Ed Perlmutter.
Thank you, Janet, for that introduction. And thank you, Congressman Perlmutter, for joining me today. I'm going to jump right into the first question, if you're okay with that.
Jump right ahead.
All right. As you know, Lockheed Martin has partnered with NASA on robotic Mars missions since the very first Viking landing in 1976. So Mars, you could say, is truly in our DNA. Why do you feel it's important to send humans to Mars now?
Well, because I think exploration is in everybody's DNA. It is in Americans' DNA. It's in human DNA. We want to know what's on the other side of the hill. We want to know what's across the river. And I can tell you the desire of humans, the desire of Americans to know what's on Mars, to have our astronauts explore Mars, is something I know I've been interested in for 50 years. And many, many Americans have that same desire to see what's up there. And we want to put people up there.
Yeah, that is exciting, isn't it? So tell me about your time frame. What are you thinking for a time frame?
I thank you for asking that question. I was just grabbing my bumper sticker, which really is the time frame that we've been considering in the Science Committee, and we've been talking to NASA about for a number of years now. So about 4 years ago, we had a conversation. We had a hearing in the Science Committee, and I serve on it with a number of other folks from all over the country, where we asked the NASA folks, we said, look, we were to the moon 50 years ago. When are we going to get to Mars? And they said, well, 2033 gives us, a long-term kind of window. And it's the time when the orbits of Mars and the Earth are close and saves a lot of time, cuts off months of space travel, which really improves the safety for our astronauts. So we thought there would be lead time. We're working hard to get our astronauts to Mars by 2033. And that's the schedule I'm looking at. And if the folks out there have ever seen one of the Science Committee hearings, I'm always bringing that up, and I'm always pushing NASA to move forward with this as quickly and safely and as efficiently as they can.
Well, that sounds great. And I'm wondering, how many of those bumper stickers do you have, and do you hand them out regularly?
Well, I actually have 2 here with me today, but we do hand them out regularly. I actually saw somebody with one of these bumper stickers on. It's a car, and it's not somebody in my family. So I'm pretty excited about it. And I think, folks, we've had TV shows that say 2033. there's been a lot of excitement and interest, but it's something that, is still, 12 years off. But on the other hand, that's going to be upon us very quickly.
Yeah.
And so I just know there's excitement, there's enthusiasm, and I certainly feel it.
That's great. So I'm curious, how does Colorado play in NASA's Mars exploration?
It's got a huge role. Colorado's role is really outsized for the number of people we have in our state. And clearly Colorado has a big aerospace presence, and we're very proud of that. Whether it's with major companies like Lockheed Martin or Ball or Sierra Nevada, but many small contractors and vendors who have very specialized, components related to the mission to Mars and just aerospace and space missions generally. So, we have just this big community here, and the Orion project, which is the spacecraft that will help get our astronauts to Mars, is being developed, manufactured, refined here in Colorado. And I can tell you, as a Coloradan, I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of the activity that we have around space here in our state.
And our team is very proud of what they're doing for Orion. So thank you for that.
The Lockheed Martin team at Waterton Canyon, and really there are other places around the city that Lockheed has some really excellent staff, from scientists to technicians to engineers to, healthcare people, because much of what we've got to deal with is keeping our astronauts from getting sick on these long trips, and to make sure that we do this, even though there's going to be substantial risk in a journey like this. We want to minimize that as much as we can.
Of course, human safety is always our number one priority. So, and thank you for saying that. So you mentioned Apollo, and we've been back to the moon. The Artemis program is going to take us back to the moon. Can you tell me a little bit about how you see the lunar activities on the surface and in cislunar space contributing to the mission of taking humans back to Mars, rather?
I think it plays a big piece. And, for a while, as we were talking to NASA 5 years ago, what is it? Are we going to go straight to Mars? Are we going to go to the moon as kind of a stepping stone? There was a lot of conversation about that. And it was determined, Jim Bridenstine, who served on the science committee with me, a good friend of mine who was the administrator at NASA. I mean, over the last few years, we just said the Artemis program is how we're going to approach that. We're going to the moon. We're going to get ourselves back in space. And really, we've been at the space station, and we've done robotics, and you all have played a role in much of that. But to get our astronauts back to the moon, learn how to operate on the moon, and then the next step, a really big step, is to get to Mars.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, for the International Space Station, there's direct communications to the ground, right? And the moon's going to be a little farther away, but it's a great way to practice. Mars, there won't be that round trip communications back and forth. And so knowing how to operate in that kind of environment seems like it's better to do it closer to Earth. So the moon sounds like a good stepping stone for that.
It is, and it will really help us get our feet, wet again, and get our feet back on the ground being the moon at that point. And, this is a big deal. This is something that, in my opinion, is going to be a public-private partnership, and it's going to require international partners as well. It's that big of a venture. And I think it's going to require that kind of international and corporate talent, along with the brilliant minds and people we have that work for the United States that really run NASA. And this is very exciting. 12 years is going to pass by very quickly. If we can get our astronauts to Mars by 2033, what a milestone.
Yeah, no, I agree with you totally. And thank you for the comments about international partners. I know on the Orion program, the European Space Agency is a critical part of the Orion spacecraft as well. So I'm glad to hear you see international partnerships going forward.
Well, recently, I was down, before COVID, I was down in Australia, and Australia has a budding space program. And they, they played a role because they're on the other side of the world, and they've always been part of our communications network to really follow our astronauts as they've circled the globe or gone to the space station or whatever. But I see them, I see Japan, even though there's a lot of competition with China these days, we've got to be open to partnerships, because this is going to require a lot of talent and a lot of effort to get astronauts to Mars.
No, I agree. I would also expand it to say it's going to take all of industry, and in some cases, maybe industries that aren't in the space domain today, that we think might play a role in us being able to explore on the surface. So with that, it brings me to a question. This past spring, we announced a partnership with General Motors to build mobile rovers on the surface of the moon, which also could be used on Mars. So we're looking to really kind of energize the high efficiency battery technology and as a role model for how we could electrify vehicles here on Earth. Do you see other ways where the technologies that we'll develop to go to Mars could benefit us here on Earth?
Yeah, there are all sorts of ways, whether it's in foods or healthcare. I mean, there are so many things that we're working on. COVID has caused a lot of effort on the healthcare front. That will be part of it. This food supply chain. But I think one of the areas that's going to be very interesting are computers. And as we move, we've got tremendous sort of blockchain capabilities and supercomputers, but we really are moving into a quantum computing era. And that is going to be fascinating for all of us. And it will be fascinating what role it plays in our space program.
Yeah, I could see the use of computers and the power of that technology really helping when you go on to Mars. We do a lot with digital twins and digital transformation at Lockheed Martin, as others do as well. And when you're traveling that far away from Earth, the astronauts are going to have to self-sustain themselves. So I can imagine that you would want that compute platform to be on board with them to help them to determine, what failures they might see or identify issues before they actually happen on board, and then be able to recover from that very quickly, almost like a digital assistant that we might use here at home. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that the computer, the ever growing ability of our computers to think, the artificial intelligence, and then you couple that with the quantum computing breakthroughs, it's the sky's the limit, as they say. I think same applies to propulsion. And, there are a number of things, SLS and others are developing, for propulsion systems. And as the course of this 12 years goes by, we may see some new propulsion systems coming into play. And obviously, habitats. There is a request by NASA right now to have people live for a year or two, similar to that habitat that was in Arizona years ago. But how will people survive on the surface of the moon, on the surface of Mars? What kinds of horticulture, like in the movie The Martian, how are we going to provide foodstuffs for folks? Those are all very interesting, big questions that have to be answered as we move forward with this mission.
Yeah. You mentioned propulsion, if I could pull on that thread a little bit. When we talk about our Mars base camp concept over the last 5 years, and we've thought about how to get astronauts to Mars as quickly as possible, we see nuclear power being a part of that, and nuclear propulsion. What do you see as America's role in leading in space nuclear?
So I serve with a gentleman named Bill Foster from the suburbs of Chicago. He's also a nuclear physicist, and he worked at the Fermi Labs. And this is something that is really of interest to him. And I can't get into the physics of all of it, but it's, he wants to use low-grade uranium or low-grade type of propulsion and believes that that really is an answer for getting us to other places in our solar system quicker, and so I look to Bill for guidance on these things. I look to Lockheed Martin. I look to Ball. I look to the scientists and engineers, and we get so many great, talented individuals coming and talking to our committee, to try to learn and know more about these propulsion systems. I mean, we're going to have some hearings on this recent thing that was done. I don't know if it was an Argonne or Fermi, where all of a sudden they did kind of a cold fusion, a laser fusion that released just unbelievable amounts of energy. And so there are things happening all around us. I mean, we've had kind of a tough year with COVID, with a number of different things, but the breakthroughs, the science, the things that are going on around us, and a lot of them driven by our space program and our aerospace industry, it's remarkable.
Yeah, no, it is. It's incredible. Thanks. I appreciate that comment. So, you're a member of Congress, and we're really fortunate that human spaceflight has always had really strong bipartisan support. How do you see the alignment of continuing the momentum of bringing humanity to the moon and then on to Mars, those goals? Do you still see that strong bipartisan support?
I do. I feel that there's very strong support in the Congress. I think Administrator Nelson will continue that from the NASA standpoint. I think that President Biden and Kamala Harris are supporters of all we're doing. There is some tension from time to time among individual members of Congress, and it doesn't matter. You could be of the same party. It doesn't have to be a bipartisan issue. It could be intra-party. You have a little difference of opinion, but generally, we've really the Democrats and the Republicans have worked together. We've seen increased budgets to NASA. We've seen continued support for Orion, for SLS, for different components of our space program. And I think many people are also understanding that human space flight, it's not a zero-sum game, that we can do scientific research. We can go to other places. We can go to Jupiter. We can, send our Voyager spacecraft, to another solar system someplace.
Yeah.
But we realize, and I think folks are saying, well, just if we add this, we got to subtract that. We're doing a much better job moving the whole space program forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you. So as we do that and we have the support of Congress, how does Congress play in helping us achieve our Moon to Mars goals? And do you have any recommendations for NASA and their stakeholders?
Well, they need somebody who will be, persistent. I had a buddy who he described himself as a woodpecker. He just kept pecking in and made known where he wanted to see things go. And I think we need to have a number of individuals supportive of a major journey, a major venture like the mission to Mars, to continue, making themselves known, making that project known, and that it's a priority. I think we've got a big supporter in Matt Cartwright, who is a congressman from Pennsylvania, who's in charge of the science, space, and I don't know what they're called, Science, Commerce, and Justice subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. And we've got friends over on the Senate side. And so you need to have that. And individuals in communities need to speak up to their members of Congress, to their elected officials, about what they'd like to see, what they'd like to see America do. We've got a lot to take care of in our country, but we also are explorers and researchers, and we want to keep that up.
Yeah, and I think human exploration and science exploration is very inspirational, right? And this is a great time to inspire the world, I think. So, so thanks.
Well, I think the space program and a mission of that has been on people's minds since the beginning of time, going to another planet, going back to the moon, going back to another planet, is something that allows all of humanity to sort of embrace. You know, even as we're coming out of a pandemic, which has been, really hard and depressing and physically tough on so many people around the globe, something that's inspirational and like this program, this mission to Mars, really gets people to think beyond themselves, beyond today. And I think that's good for all of us.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Thank you. So there's been a lot of discussion about, I'll say, commercializing space exploration and exploring the space economy and things like that. As you think about it, what's your view of how NASA should play a role in that, and how the U.S. government in total should play in that endeavor as we pursue taking humans to Mars?
So, I think we got to talk about sort of the magnitude of the risk, if you will, and what is a national venture versus what could be more of an individual company or a partnership venture of companies. And we talk about low Earth orbit. We talk about some of the things we've seen recently with different shots, up into low Earth orbit and back down. And those, I really do support the commercialization in that. As we start getting farther from the Earth, going to the moon, going to Mars, there becomes much more of a national interest and a national risk that comes to play. And I think that's when NASA really, can be sort of a traffic cop in the lower Earth orbit as businesses want to commercialize space, whether it's for imaging or, taking people to the space station or just for a tourist ride or whatever it might be. But as we go farther, NASA's role as the leader of the effort becomes greater and greater. And so they play a big role, obviously, as sort of the people in command or in, the basic charge of going back to the moon and certainly, in my opinion, to Mars. Now, there are certain entrepreneurs and individuals who think that they can go to Mars themselves. And, God bless them if they can. But I think it's going to be a big risk. It's going to take all of us to be able to accomplish that feat. It's that dangerous. It's that costly. It's that kind of thing that requires an effort by a lot of different talented people, talented companies and countries.
Yeah, and I imagine academia will even play a role in some of that going forward.
Clearly, academia is going to be in the middle of all of this because we need our best and brightest helping on something like this, whether it's the computers or it's the biosphere or it's the propulsion system or whatever it may be. This is something that it's all hands on deck when it comes to engineering and technology and training and all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, at Lockheed Martin, we're really excited about the upcoming Artemis 1 launch. It's a key milestone in us putting the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. And it'll show the Orion spacecraft going out farther around the moon than even Apollo had traveled. Can you share some of your personal thoughts on the Artemis program and this particular mission and its significance?
Well, I want, the Artemis program, like I said, is really just the key to then doing the thing that I've been talking about so much, which is getting us to Mars. And so it's a very important step. I'll admit, just as you asked me those questions, I kind of got butterflies in my stomach because we want it to succeed. We want it to work. I wanted to move forward as quickly as possible. You know, there's some, though, there are those who would say, no, we need to wait a couple more years. Then there's somebody like me who gets pretty impatient. I mean, we've got to do this so that it's, again, safe, knowing that no matter how safe we make it, there's still risks, but as safe as we can possibly engineer this and use science to the best of our ability. And I'd like us to keep moving forward as quickly as possible. And those will be the debates that we have in Congress. Those will be some of the debates that we have with the administration.
Congressman Perlmutter, thank you so much for your time today. And more importantly, thank you for your passion on taking humanity back to Mars and for your support.
Well, Lisa, you're very kind to have me. I just appreciate being part of the summit. I know this is going to be presented to all the people, and I just say thanks. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. It's going to require a lot of passion, a lot of ambition, and a lot of technology and effort. So just thanks to the summit for putting this on.
Great. Well said. Thank you again.
Good morning and welcome to the very first panel of the 2021 Humans to Mars Summit. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, where I've hosted and produced Planetary Radio for nearly 19 years. Our boss, Society CEO Bill Nye, and my other colleagues send their regards and their gratitude to our friends at Explore Mars as this year's summit begins. And we are thrilled to once again be part of it. So you've no doubt seen the title of this opening panel discussion. After years of doubt, I'm now convinced we humans need to learn how to sustainably reach and live on the moon before we can realize our dreams of walking on Mars. Is there any remaining doubt that this grand work will need to be accomplished as a collaboration among nations? That is our theme for this session, and we are honored to have three ideal, really the perfect guest panelists to address this topic and to lead us off. And we are going to start, well, let me introduce them first of all, beginning with David Parker, who is the European Space Agency's Director of Human and Robotic Exploration. That's a position that he has held since 2016. Prior to that, a lot of you know that he served as Chief Executive of the UK Space Agency. Then we are joined by Hiroshi Sasaki, the Japanese Space Agency Vice President and Director General for the Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate. He also leads JAXA's Space Exploration Center and Space Exploration Innovation Hub Center. And last but far from least is Kathryn Lueders, Associate NASA Administrator for the Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate. She's been in that job at NASA for just over a year, and prior to that, managed the very successful Commercial Crew Program. So welcome to all of you. It truly is an honor to be here with the three of you. I'm going to remind those of you watching that because of the obvious international nature of this discussion, we did have to pre-record it, which means, of course, that we won't be able to take your live questions once we have heard the presentations from each of our panelists. But we will do our best to ask the questions that you might have if you'd been able to do that live. And that will come after we hear those presentations. And we're going to go to the first of those now. David Parker, why don't you get us started?
Great. Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the chance to speak to you and be part of this really nice event and to be part of the conversation. I want to do three things in my few introductory remarks. Explain a little about ESA's exploration program, describe the role of Mars in this vision, including our current projects, and finally, I think to emphasize the people who underpin the activities now underway. I'm going to try and do all that in 8 minutes or so I better get going. So next slide, please. Europe's space exploration program, now named Terra Novi, meaning New Worlds, is based on expanding the human presence from low Earth orbit to the Moon and onto Mars, working with international partners and industry across Europe. We have 22 member states, but just to recall, within the European Space Agency. Now, through the International Space Station, low Earth orbit has proved its value as a place for humans to live and work. I always say live and work. So right now, European astronaut with a French passport, Thomas Pesquet, is hard at work on the station and about to take command of the ISS indeed. But aboard the ISS, dozens of astronauts have performed hundreds of experiments on behalf of thousands of European scientists. So the next step is the Moon. I really believe that the Moon has immense scientific and practical potential. I like to call it a museum of 4.5 billion years of solar system history. And it is, for me, the next place where humans will live and work. But in our program, the red planet Mars is the horizon goal. What I mean by horizon goal, it's somewhere I can see already. It's not necessarily the end point. I can see as far as the horizon, but I know there are places beyond that. But Mars has its attraction for scientific reasons, for technological reasons, for many human reasons. Next slide, please. And therefore, our exploration program is organized around 4 cornerstone exploration campaigns, supported by the underpinning technology and scientific actions. So humans in low Earth orbit, humans beyond low Earth orbit, our support and participation with NASA in the Artemis program, robotic exploration of the Moon, but also Mars. So next slide, I'm going to say a little bit about the lunar exploration activities. I'm not going to go into all of the jigsaw pieces, but I want to emphasize again the international dimension. As I say, it's great to be part with JAXA and with CSA of the partnership with NASA on Artemis. And so now we're actually building, we've committed already to building 6 European service modules, the power and propulsion for Orion. And ESM-1 is at the Cape right now. My teams are there preparing for the launch of Artemis-1, the uncrewed demonstration mission. And in October, we will deliver the 2nd European service module, the one that will actually propel astronauts into deep space for the first time since the days of Apollo. And then as far as the Lunar Gateway is concerned, our kind of permanent research outpost, 1,000 times further out in space than the space station, while Europe is contributing 2 of the modules, habitation module, but also refueling capability, telecommunications capability, and what is going to be one of the most exciting elements, which are the windows to look out onto the new 8th continent of the Moon. So the first elements are already being manufactured across Europe. But the next slide is to just recall a little bit on why we are exploring the moon and to emphasize the feed forward to Mars. This 8th continent of the Earth, 4.5 billion years of solar system history, has been recorded more completely and more clearly than probably any other planetary body. So there's an intrinsic scientific interest. And it's my personal view that as today we have Antarctic research bases, and I'll come back to the Antarctic in a moment, I'm convinced that in the future we will have an international research base on the moon, monitoring and understanding our own star, the sun, looking back perhaps to the dawn of the universe with radio telescopes, and learning how to use the moon's resources to make exploration more sustainable, more effective. And that's the point. Many of the technologies and capabilities we developed at the moon, we will need to feed forward to Mars exploration. So next slide gives you a few examples. I don't propose to go into all of these in detail, but a few of the science and technology topics we're working on, and a particularly interesting one is in the top left here, is related to space resources. To practically extract oxygen from the lunar regolith, or in the future from the soil of Mars, we need very energy efficient processes. So we're developing the power technology, but we've also recently demonstrated a promising process based on a patented European technology for developed in the mining industry, actually, as shown on the top left here. It's lunar regolith simulant. We've extracted the oxygen to leave effectively pure metal behind. So next slide, this is the Humans to Mars Summit. So let me say something about our actual Mars program. As I was reflecting, Mars Express has been in orbit now nearly 18 years. Within the exploration program today, the main elements are shown on this slide, the 2 launches of ExoMars and the 3 planned launches of Mars Sample Return. So let me say a little bit about each one of those briefly. So next slide, please. The Trace Gas Orbiter, the huge spacecraft, the largest spacecraft in orbit around Mars, has been there for more than 5 years. It's given a lot of great service. It's one of the key data relays supporting all of the NASA surface assets, whilst simultaneously carrying out front-page science investigations, understanding the atmosphere of Mars, and also probing its subsurface for water. So a fantastic workhorse of the red planet. The next slide is, of course, we've been long awaiting the Rosalind Franklin rover mission, which is now wrapping up its assembly and test activities. Here's a bit of footage from a couple of weeks ago of the engineering test model at the Mars sandpit at the control room center in Italy. And since drilling at Mars is a really interesting topic, last week it drilled a 6-foot deep hole and extracted a sample for processing in the analytical laboratory aboard. And I emphasize the point that ExoMars is the only mission that's currently planned capable of analyzing at molecular level possible biological samples on Mars. Next slide, please. So meanwhile, we're starting the development of the European contributions to Mars Sample Return, the first round trip to the red planet. And a really exciting, probably the most ambitious robotic mission ever attempted. I can give an impression of just how complicated it is by just talking about one element. That's on the next slide, please, which is the Earth Return Orbiter. So the Earth Return Orbiter will be the first spacecraft to make the round trip to the red planet. I like to call it the first interplanetary cargo ship, bringing precious scientific samples back from the surface of Mars. And of course, the first one was drilled very recently by Perseverance. It's a monster spacecraft. It's 40 kilowatts of solar arrays, nearly 7 metric tons at launch, solar electric propulsion, chemical propulsion. It's a ton larger than Cassini-Huygens, or twice as big as our Bepi-Colombo mission that's on its way to Mercury right now. It's the kind of technologies we're demonstrating with Mars Sample Return for science that is also preparing one step towards human Mars exploration. So next slide, I'm coming towards the end of the technological part of my presentation, and maybe just press the buttons, please, so that all the elements appear. We've been looking at the future of low Earth orbit, the future of the moon, and the future of Mars, and looking where Europe could contribute in the future. And again, you see the similarities, the commonalities of areas of interest that link the three destinations, and how we might combine, for example, our expertise in pressurized systems, pressurized modules for the gateway with the electric propulsion and deep space capabilities of Mars sample return to prepare perhaps a human transit vehicle to take astronauts to Mars one day. But this is the Humans to Mars Summit. So in my next slide, I want to emphasize a little bit about the human element. The future of Mars exploration, in my view, lies in not just in the hardware, but in the software of the explorers. And these are two of our explorers. They're two of our ESA researchers, Beth Lomax, Alexandra Maurice. And they were the people that carried out that demonstration of oxygen extraction from simulated lunar regolith. They're the people that are building the future or path of exploration. Next slide, I mentioned Antarctic exploration. Well, ESA is deeply involved and has been for more than a decade now in Antarctic exploration. The Antarctic Concordia Research Station is really a fantastic analog of planetary exploration. The 6-month-long Arctic winter, including 4 months of darkness, hyperbaric environment, the impossibility of being physically reached by anyone except in absolute emergency. It's a pretty good analog of Mars. And so the research we're doing there is supporting not only the technological, but the human aspects of Mars exploration. And coming towards the end, the next slide is to emphasize about the astronauts themselves. We've had a fantastic, successful campaign to start recruitment for our next generation of astronauts. But I want to emphasize the thing I put in yellow here. All the objective evidence shows that the diverse teams perform more effectively than a monoculture. It's one reason amongst many why, as part of this recent call for astronauts, we've launched the Para-Astronaut project to fly the first fully qualified astronaut who happens to have a physical disability. I think the past recent weeks of the Paralympics have brought us many fresh stories of achievements by people who are in many ways better equipped to overcome the challenges of an unforgiving environment, since life on Earth is already very challenging for them. As one of our astronauts, Samantha Cristoforetti, said, in space, everyone is disabled. And so I offer one very practical example of learning about the adaptations needed to support disabled crews. On the very long and challenging mission to Mars and back, we could easily find ourselves faced with a situation of an astronaut becoming incapacitated and perhaps even worst case permanently disabled during the mission. So we need to learn and to prepare, and I'm convinced that this project will contribute towards our learning and our preparation. So in conclusion, my last slide, I hope I've given you a few impressions of what ESA is doing to prepare for human Mars exploration and the horizon goal of our Terra Novae program. Thank you. Have a great summit conference. And if you have been, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, David. What an exciting future and present you've laid out. I have to say, it was so exciting just to see that those thousands of interested candidates respond to that call for the next ESA astronaut class. I was reading about Terra Novae, that program just last night, also very exciting. And as a planetary science guy, I cannot wait for Rosalind Franklin to dig down deep below the surface of Mars and help reveal what may be hiding down there. That's best of success to you with that very exciting mission. Hiroshi-san, if you are ready, we will go to your presentation now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. I'm Sasaki again, Vice President of JAXA, in charge of human spaceflight and exploration. I'm glad to discuss about the humans to Mars with international colleagues. Next page, please. To proceed the space exploration, especially Mars explorations, I'd like to emphasize 2 points: international collaborations and culminations of expertise. In order to achieve the result or effectively and contribute widely to humankind, it is important to cooperate internationally and to share the strengths of each country while keeping in mind the strategies of each country. In Japan as well, while there are expectations from the industries and science communities, we still thinking the importance of the contribute to the humankind. This was also discussed at the ICEF2 Second International Space Exploration Forum held in Tokyo in March 2018, and the Tokyo Declaration was announced. Next, please. Since the beginning of humanity challenge to space in the 1960s, we have expanded our activities. Currently, astronauts are always on the ISS, and the knowledge and technology gained from the operations and experiments are valuable to humankind. These findings have been obtained through the long-term international collaboration. At the initial stage, each country was working on its own, but international cooperation is gradually being carried out, and recently, many countries are participating, such as the ISS. Next page, please. There are various types of international collaborations. I picked out 4 types shown here. For a large system, many countries need to participate and cooperate, such as ISS. And in the medium-sized system, 2 countries can work as equal partners. We have JAXA has several missions related to the Earth observations and Mercury missions and lunar missions with US, ESA, and India. And also work to one will lead and other partners will partially cooperate, such as Hayabusa and MMX. And in a small mission, data sharing may be efficient. So it is necessary to select the suitable collaboration types, taking account of each mission. Mars exploration might be required more cooperation than LEO or lunar mission, since it is a large mission. Next, please. This page shows Japan's technology developed before or developing. Through the ISS program, JAXA developed and operates the Kibo module, and the life support system will be used to the gateway. And JAXA also developed and operated the HTB resupply vehicle and is developing HTBX. And we also want to support the logistics to the gateway using the HTBX. As for sample return, we completed successfully twice, and we plan to develop the MMX to return the samples from the Martian moon Phobos. We are also developing the pinpoint landing mission stream and unmanned rover. We can contribute to the future international exploration with these technologies. Next, please. This page shows the current lunar exploration roadmap. JAXA launched the Kaguya remote sensing mission before, and JAXA is now developing the SLIM smart pinpoint lander and lunar polar exploration. And now JAXA is participating in the International Gateway and also planning the human rover. We are also coordinating among ISEC-G future facility on the moon. Japan will contribute them with our technologies. Among international cooperation, some missions are led by Japan, while others are led by other countries and Japan cooperate. It is important to achieve the great results efficiently by bringing together the strengths of each partner and sharing the data. Next, please. This page shows Japan's plan for the exploration of Mars, which is under study. In Mars explorations, we will collaborate internationally and aim for the effective results that make use of each other's strengths. Currently, JAXA is developing the MMX, Martian Moon Exploration, and studying the MIM, Mars Ice Mapper. both missions cooperate with many countries, and I think that the future plan will be also promoted through the international collaboration. Through this international Mars exploration program, we can product a fruitful result effectively, and it will lead to the manned Mars explorations. Next, please. Exploration of Mars is beyond accumulated and current international collaboration. To proceed the exploration, I'd like to keep in close contact with each country so that Japan can contribute to the exploration of Mars. I'm looking forward to taking on the challenge of the international Mars exploration together. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Sasaki. Again, very exciting stuff to report, both going on right now out of JAXA and your partners, and for the future. I want to, on behalf of all of us, congratulate you and your colleagues on the tremendous success of Hayabusa 2. And I will personally say how much I'm looking forward to the MMX mission and the possibility that it just might, as it brings back pieces of Phobos, bring back bits of Mars itself that might have been knocked off of the surface and sent up to that moon not far above the surface. Very exciting stuff. Kathy, we leave it to you to bring us our third and final presentation.
Yeah, I think what's so amazing to me, and just following along David's and Hiroshi's presentations, is how much we are doing this as one. You know, everybody always asks me, how is this exploration process different now than it was in the 60s? And it's mission, our science mission directorates and our human mission directorates, and we are collaborating together to maximize the benefit to all of us. Next slide. So just as Hiroshi and David talked about, we within NASA are also learning from our science missions, but within the Human Exploration Division, we're also maximizing the use of each of the platforms that we're developing, and hoping that our science mission directorates and our technology mission directorates are able to use these platforms to their fullest. And so obviously the International Space Station is a major collaboration for us, and we are continuing to use it, pushing and hoping to use it all the way through 2030, working towards extending that right now. And we'll be using it to further define and test out our systems that we need for us to accomplish our lunar missions, and make sure that our systems that we have developed and are expanding on for our Mars missions are also being used. We're also laying in an ability to be able to have a LEO platform post-ISS extension to be able to continue. We know that, for example, our ecosystems currently are being tested on the ISS. We have the ability to reclaim 93% of our water on the ISS right now. We're moving towards having that be 98%. As we're moving, and even gain even better efficiencies as we're moving towards a Mars mission. That means we're going to have to continue to evolve the ECLETS technology and be able to so that we can accomplish those hard missions that we'll be gearing towards. That will help us be able to test out across our multiple platforms to be able to get to the moon quickly and sustainably, and then deliver even more missions, more science, more technology, and more innovation at a better value for the American taxpayer. You know, all this is about making new discoveries and expanding our human knowledge and pushing our human presence deeper into the solar system. And through that process, being able to return benefit to the Earth. Next slide. So we talked about the different platforms. We actually, you know, obviously have our low Earth platform that is the ISS right now, and continue to expand it. We're moving and have in process our lunar platform, cislunar platform, which is the gateway system. And we're looking at the things that we need to be testing out on our low Earth platform that also need to be checked out on our gateway platforms. What's really important is that we've used kind of the systems and the processes and the agreements and our international processes in place to be able to learn about how to operate in the low Earth platforms, and then are applying that to how we're going to be operating together on our cislunar gateway platforms. This is very important because we're also laying the foundation for how we're going to be working together with the Artemis Accords on the lunar surface. People don't, this isn't the snazzy part of things, but it's very, very important for us to learn how to live and work and share data together to get ourselves ready to be able to operate responsibly on each of these platforms on the lunar surface, and then be able to operate together on Mars. This is a very, very important part of us working together and doing research and science together as an international team. Next slide. We're laying the foundation right now for the key systems that we're hoping we all will be able to use together for us to do our deep space exploration. So right now our crew transportation system is in play, and we're getting ready to do that, the uncrewed demonstration of our Artemis 1 crew transportation system. We are working with ESA and JAXA and our CSA counterparts on getting our cislunar gateway systems through development, and then beginning to work the launch sequences for those systems. And we're in the process of doing our initial human landing system demonstration and putting in the contracts that will deliver our human landing systems going forward. But there is so much more that we need to do from a science and technology and continued lunar system collaboration to get us ready to be able to have the capabilities on the lunar, on our lunar surface to be able to test out the systems that we need, and to be able to have tested out to be able to go to Mars. In addition, our lunar surface will be able to, these, you know, we obviously need to be able to figure out how to do in situ resource utilization. That's going to be a key feature for us to be able to have in place to be able to conduct our Mars missions as efficiently as possible. We're going to have to figure out, just like we had to learn with Mars Perseverance, we had to figure out how to get samples in an efficient way. Those will be the kinds of things that we'll be learning as we're doing lunar surface activities with humans and through robotic endeavors to help us more efficiently conduct the science and research. So in addition to the things that we've all talked about, you know, just doing our aggregation and the way we do our aggregation, and the planning for our aggregation, the orbits that we picked around the moon are the orbits that will more efficiently get us ready to go to Mars and have the capabilities for us to be able to buy down risk in key areas to get the team being able to conduct operations, do aggregations, work in an integrated manner that will be critical for us to be able to accomplish our Mars missions. Figuring out how easy logistics supplies and work through that with a lunar analog, and there'll be tremendous learning for that for us to then get ready to the complexity of what those human Mars missions will be. Crew health and safety. We've got to figure out how to make sure, and David talked about this when he was talking about having crew members and learning, and everybody does have a disability. It's actually the great equalizer of being in space. We're going to have to figure out how to keep our crews healthy, and in a place where the first answer may not be go back to Earth. Right now, we have the luxury of, when we're in LEO, all of our contingency planning, everything else says, if there's a really bad problem, we just jump in the spacecraft and go home. We're going to have to be learning the capabilities that we need to be able to keep our crews safe and have mitigations in place. That's going to be in a really, really tough and a long mission. David talked about this. This is also the kind of learning, though, that helps us here on Earth. You know, there are tough places where people live and don't have easy access to medicine or food or some of these other critical things that we're going to have to figure out how to deal with as we're doing our lunar missions and going to Mars. And so to me, this is another area where as we're solving that hard problem, and that we need to be able to do our exploration missions that we have, we're continuing to buy down specific risk areas that we also have here on Earth. On the surface, we haven't really done these kinds of surface activities on another surface except for Earth. Obviously, we do lots of analog missions here on Earth to check our systems out, which is a key test laboratory for us here. But we have to be able to go on a lunar surface, be able to test out integrated crew operations, and be able to have our EMUs, our EVA suit capabilities, be able to deal with the issues that you have with dust mitigation as you're going in and out of different capsules and capabilities. These are all really, really, really tough things to do. They'll be tough for us to do on the surface of the moon, but it'll be important for us to be able to do that and be able to check out those systems and continue to use the people and our robotic capabilities there to be able to further learn about the moon, but also get us ready to be able to do this, what will be a tremendously tough mission to send people to Mars. I love the imagery that David had about, we have this great like museum capability here. It's like this access to the moon, and we'll be able to use the moon and be able to learn about the moon even more with us also conducting these missions and getting us ready as to be able to then do the next jumping off point for us to go to Mars. Next slide. How little we look when you're on Mars, and just like when we're on the Earth and we look at Mars, what that looks like. And so it's just a little taste of how far people are going to be from home when we're going to Mars, and the difficulty we'll have to be able to get there. And it's going to take some learning. It's going to take some tremendous learning. But I firmly believe that we will do that learning together, and it will be learning that will help all of us as we're moving towards our bigger goals as a planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. I love seeing that that little pale blue dot as humans will someday see it from the red planet. I want to stick with you for a moment because you talked about what the ISS, the International Space Station, has done for us in terms of international collaboration, learning how to collaborate internationally. I like to think of it as perhaps the greatest international peacetime collaboration among nations ever. And maybe the technological achievements of the ISS over the last 20 years are more obvious. But could you say a little bit more about how it has taught all of the agencies involved to work together to make all these different systems and components and approaches mesh?
Yeah, people don't realize sometimes we make it look so easy, but it took us a little while to figure out how to work together and be able to team together, and at what level we need to work together and at what level we can operate separately, right? You don't have to do everything together. And so, but it's important to have these, governance discussions and teaming discussions and ways that we work together and make decisions on a day-to-day basis and create the structures to be able to do that. Very, very important. And the ISS has been a great platform because we've evolved over time and the partnership has evolved over time. And how we work through those new evolutions together has been a growth experience for us. When we started the partnership 20 years ago, we didn't know then we were going to be doing commercial cargo and commercial crew vehicles to the ISS. And so that was an evolution that the team had to work through together. And there's been many evolutions like that along the way where we've had to work together and expand how each of the countries and each of the key agencies are using the International Space Station. And we've got to do that as a team. And that means that there's give and take along the way. But learning how to do that and being able to understand that we're doing it together and for the research and technology needs that we all have has really, I think, really been an important stepping stone for us in establishing the same processes and learning from the processes and getting ready for Gateway.
David, Hiroshi, anything to add to that?
Well, maybe I just confirm everything that Kathy says and say that there's a relationship at an organizational level, but there are a lot of real important human relationships, connections behind the scenes. And those are often more important because it's when something goes wrong, when there's a challenge. I have a trivial example. There's a storm in the United States, so NASA can't send its plane to go and collect an astronaut landing in Kazakhstan. Can ESA help out? Yes, of course we can. You don't start writing a contract or something to discuss that first. It's how can we help each other? And of course, NASA's tremendous experience and heritage in human space flight is something that agencies like ESA and I guess JAXA and the Canadian Space Agency have been able to benefit from that heritage and move more quickly, maybe learn from the experience and not make mistakes. But I just really want to emphasize the human connections that coming into the space station world, particularly I came from the outside of the space station world, I have seen how real those people-to-people connections are that make it work day in, day out, behind the scenes. Never makes headlines, but it's really happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I also think that early phase of the ISS, JAXA is learning the similar things from the NASA. And but currently, so through the 10 years or 20 years, we learned a lot of things, and especially that how to coordinate the international collaborations, or how to design the system and how to operate the human space system. And so we can easily talk with each other, with ESA and NASA, and to develop or a system or operate the system.
Thank you. Kathy, I'm going to come back to you. As it looks increasingly unlikely that the first woman and the next man are going to be walking on the moon by 2024, what is the outlook for that human return to the moon? And it does look like we're seeing substantial progress, even if it may not be moving as quickly as some people might like.
Yeah, I think we always give ourselves big goals, right? Because I think the important thing is to show that this is something we want to do in the near term, right? It's not a long-term goal. I think, obviously we have some challenges right now because we're working through some contract award pieces, so that makes that start be pushed back until we get through our contract protest pieces and everything. But I do think when we do that, the team's going to sit down with their providers and start laying out how quickly can we get there. But as we've learned, when you're trying to do these really, really hard things, and it's the first time we've had a landing in a while, it'll probably take a little bit longer than we have in our initial goals that we have, right? And so I do think it was an important thing for us to have an immediate goal. But once we get through the contract award pieces, we'll figure out kind of what we think the schedule is then, and then start laying in our planning for that. We are working with David on flying the two assembly modules for the Gateway at the same time. So we do have kind of a group of missions that we're looking to accomplish in that 25, 26, 27 time period that will be the first landing on the moon, but will then also be our assembly missions for the Gateway. So I think there'll be enough excitement in those mid-20s to keep people going, even if we don't absolutely get boots on the moon in 2024. But we're still working on it.
Let me follow up on that, specifically about the Gateway. Could any of you imagine taking on a project like the Gateway if we had not learned what we have with the International Space Station? David, you want to try that first?
Well, of course, the short answer is no. I mean, the very challenge of assembling all these pieces of the ISS miraculously above our heads in orbit is a totally extraordinary human feat. Now we're going to assemble, a much smaller system, but a much more integrated system, 1,000 times further out in space, and use it for 10 or 15 years or more, I'm sure, is based on the trust and the heritage and the technical knowledge that we built up on the space station. And it's also been established through the different partners discussing and saying, well, we think we could do this part, could you do that part? Now that we start to develop it, doesn't it make sense if we all use these common elements? Maybe if it's made in the United States, or Japan provides the life support systems. This makes sense. Great. When we're doing the science, we're preparing the science for the Gateway now. It's a common program of science where we decide a common vision of the science, and maybe one agency leads on one piece of scientific hardware and somebody else leads another one. But the planning and the science is done by international teams. So I think it's incredibly exciting. I keep talking about the Gateway being humanity's most distant research outpost. I come back to that vision of the Antarctic Research Station.
Yeah.
It's like an Antarctic Research Station, just a long, long way away.
I also love your reference to the 8th continent. I think that's going to be a lovely way. I hope that future school children will think of the moon that way. Hiroshi, Sasaki, could you also talk about JAXA's contributions to the Gateway, but also the thinking that JAXA is doing about participating in humans on the moon and in preparation for Mars? We all know that we are looking at Artemis as a stepping stone to Mars, but the moon has its own value, as we have heard throughout these presentations.
For the JAXA and Japanese government also, moon is a very important. First of all, we would like to we launched the Carberry I presented, and it searched the water ice on the moon. And first of all, we'd like to search the water ice on the moon surface, and if possible, we'd like to use this water ice to the propellant to the Mars missions. And also, moon is a very science team is also very interested in moon surface. So, for example, some people are thinking that space observatory system on the moon, or they want to pick up the moon quake system to evaluate the moon structures. So such kind of moon science also interested from the Japanese people. And also the industries or private companies want to develop some sometimes hotels and entertainment place. They want to send people to the moon. So such kind of lots of purpose are existing on the moon. So we have not fixed them, but we want to proceed to the moon explorations for similar purposes.
I'm glad you brought up that ice, that enticing ice that we now know exists, at least at the poles and perhaps elsewhere on the moon, because it, of course, brings up ISRU, in situ resource utilization, which, David, I was very interested to hear about the work that's being done by ESA. You were talking about titanium and oxygen. We all know that ISRU is something that is thought of as an essential, perhaps more from Mars than on the moon even.
Yeah, well, I mean, space resources is a big topic which deserves a session of its own. And the point I like to make is that before people can use space resources to support sustainable exploration, we have to do the science and the enabling technology first. And when you start to do the calculations of how much energy you need to extract resources in a meaningful scale and use them, it can become quite daunting. But also doing that, if you can do that, it creates capabilities which are definitely needed for Mars exploration. So I think that it's an important scientific and research topic. And so we have a plan, and it's a long-term plan. And we have some countries in Europe, for example, Luxembourg, that is particularly interested in this topic. And so we set up jointly a space resources innovation center to really focus on the science and technology. And there's some cool work going on right now, as I've already shown you, but also things that are coming along for the future. And so some of our moon exploration activities include, yes, taking the drill technology we developed for ExoMars and developing an ice drill that we can take to the moon. And that's in cooperation with Roscosmos, with the Russian space agency, the Luda 27, to try and get a meter or so below the surface of the lunar regolith.
We are near the end of our time for this first panel discussion at the 2021 Humans to Mars Summit. Kathy, I'm going to come back to you with a little bit more of a philosophical question and let you lead off. Any doubt in your mind that the ultimate target remains the red planet, putting boots on Mars?
Let me tell you, we have a red planet on all of our charts, so we're aiming towards that. I mean, I think, you know, even if you look at the orbit that we have Gateway in, it's chosen in particular based on for us to go get ready and be able to have the features that we can have Gateway in to be able to have us be able to get ready for a transit to Mars. So I've been getting ideas for a new chart for next year that starts showing all the different things in our architecture that are there because we're getting ready for Mars. And you know, I always tell Thomas, I said, Zurbuchen, I say, I'm following you now, but at some stage we'll be helping you when we get there to be able to really be able to do the science. I told him, I said, a human would have been able to scoop up the sample and been able to put it in a container and take it back home. And so it just shows once again that, you know, having people there kind of opens up the ability to do additional science and technology work. And I'm hoping one day to be there helping Thomas on the red planet.
Eyes on the prize still. Hiroshi, Sasaki, please, if you have anything to add about that ultimate target of Mars.
Yeah. So for the Mars missions, first of all, we also targeted in the water ice on the Mars. This is very interested. Our Japanese science community is very interested in water ice on Mars. So it will be used for the not only used for the human missions, and also it can be used to analyze how to water Earth water is come from where the ice waters come from. So this is a very scientific interest in Moon or Mars mission.
And David, we'll give you the chance to give us the brief last word here.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for the panel discussion. I mean, yes, Mars is our horizon goal for our exploration program, absolutely. But it doesn't stop me dreaming of sending ice climbing explorers into the fissures of Enceladus in the next century. Thanks.
Talk about the ultimate prize. I'm with you on that, David. Thank you, all of you. You have helped us get the 2021 H2M off to a great start. I had so many more questions, but I suspect that many of these will be addressed in the coming sessions over today and the next 2 days of the Humans to Mars Summit. Stay with us because we are only moments away from the next panel, one that I will be moderating live this time. A planet of robots. You've already heard a little bit about some of those robots, robotic explorers, our emissaries on the red planet. We're going to be diving a little deeper into those robots in just a couple of minutes. Please stay with us. Good morning again, everyone. As promised, we're now live with the second panel discussion on this first day of the Explore Mars 2021 Humans to Mars Summit. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, where for nearly 19 years, I've hosted our public radio and podcast series, Planetary Radio. If you've just joined us, you missed our excellent session about getting humans to the moon and Mars, I should say. Now we turn to robotic exploration of the red planet, which is more than ever an international effort. So we have an international group of distinguished explorers to spend the next few minutes with, and I'll introduce them to you now. Lori Glaze is director of NASA's Planetary Science Division. Prior to moving to NASA headquarters, Dr. Glaze served as chief of the Planetary Geology, Geophysics, and Geochemistry Laboratory at the Goddard Spaceflight Center in Maryland, and as the deputy director of Goddard's Solar System Exploration Division. And we welcome you, Lori. Sanjay Vijendran became the European Space Agency's Mars Strategy Team Leader in May of 2020. He's also the Future Mars Study, or Mars X Team Coordinator. Sanjay previously served as ESA's lead for Mars sample return. And hello to you as well, Sanjay. Hello. Dr. Masaki, good to see you. Dr. Masaki Fujimoto is Deputy Director General of JAXA's Institute of Space and Astronautical Science. He was deeply involved in the return of material from asteroid Ryugu by the Hayabusa 2 spacecraft. We were honored to have Masaki-san as one of our guests for a special Planetary Defenders discussion. It was part of the 2021 Planetary Defense Conference last April. And we'll close out with Hessa Al-Matroushi of the UAE Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. She is the science lead for the brilliantly successful Emirates Mars mission, also known as HOPE. So again, welcome to all of you, and welcome to all of you who have joined us today. We're going to open with brief presentations from each of our panelists, and then we will open the discussion for your questions. To get us underway, Lori, we're ready to hear from you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Matt. And hopefully we can get the slides up here so that we can see them. Thank you, Alex. And if you can go on to the next slide, please. I'm just very briefly going to speak a little bit about the robotic exploration of Mars over about the last 20 years, which has really been very focused and strategic, beginning with a strategy of following the water, meaning looking for places on Mars where we believe water may have been present in the past, with the idea that every place we find life on Earth, we find water. And so that was the original strategy 20 years ago, really trying to look for those environments. And then once really multiple times confirming the presence of water in the past, beginning to explore the habitability of Mars with missions like the Curiosity rover. And then now, beyond that, taking the next steps, which means actually seeking those signs of life, which is part of the strategy that's driving some of the current missions that are at or are being planned for visiting Mars. And I just want to point out on this chart just how wonderful it is to have such an international collection of exploration missions at Mars. In addition to the NASA missions, you can see on this chart missions from the Indian Space Research Organization, missions from the European Space Agency. We now have UAE joining with HOPE and China joining with Tianwen-1, and then looking forward just to 2024 with the MMX mission from JAXA, which I'm sure we'll hear more about several of these missions today, and then also Mars sample return in the future. Next slide, please. I thought I'd give you a very quick update on what's happening with the Perseverance rover, our current, most recent robot on the surface of Mars, for NASA anyway. We just last week reported the successful collection of the first 2 samples on Mars. This turned out to be more challenging than we had expected, but we frequently meet with challenges. You can see in the top left our first attempt into a rock which actually was, it fell apart. It wasn't as strong of a rock as we had thought it might be. So for our second attempt, you can see on the right, we chose a rock that was large and blocky and angular, and really appeared to be a hard volcanic rock. You can see on the top right where we did abrasion to check on the surface to really see what the composition is inside this rock with several of our instruments. And then on the bottom right, you can see the drill hole from the first sample and confirmation of that rock inside the tube on the bottom right. Go to the next slide. Of course, the companion that flew to Mars with Mars 2020 Perseverance rover was the Ingenuity helicopter. And what an exciting experiment this has turned out to be as a technology demonstration. Successfully completed its first 5 flights. You can see on the bottom left, one of those successful flights where it traversed away from its starting point and then comes back into the field of view from Perseverance rover. This little helicopter is now transitioned into a operations demonstration phase where it's supporting Perseverance, has now completed 13 successful flights. Next slide, please. And then, of course, thinking ahead to the next big thing for Mars, with those first 2 samples, we now have the first 2 of those potential candidate samples that will return back to Earth with the Mars sample return campaign. One of the most aggressive, challenging things we've ever attempted. This is a partnership with European Space Agency. You can see on the far left, the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover, which is now already on the surface and beginning its collection of samples. You can then see the next column going up is the Earth Return Orbiter provided by ESA, which I'm sure we'll hear more about, followed by the Sample Retrieval Lander, which a NASA launch to send to the surface a Mars Ascent Vehicle, and a fetch rover that will then launch those samples collected by Perseverance into orbit to be collected by that Earth Return Orbiter and returned back to Earth for analysis. So with that, I think I will stop talking for this introduction, and I welcome questions at the end. Thank you. I think you're muted, Matt.
Oh.
There you go.
There we go. I must have been muted at the other end. Very exciting times. Thank you, Laura. Especially exciting for all of us Martians out here who are enjoying this so much. And I look forward to talking more about what's happening with this finally sample return from Mars well underway. Sanjay, we are ready to hear from you as we continue to check the presentations from each of our panelists.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the recent discoveries of the ESA missions at Mars right now, and a bit about our planning for future robotic missions. So if could the slides come up. Very good. So next slide, please. So ESA's Mars exploration program to date has been very much driven by our interest in Europe to search for life on Mars, as it is for many other agencies interested in exploring Mars. So our first mission launched in 2003, Mars Express, which is still operating now in orbit around Mars, almost 20 years later, was sent to look for water, so where water might exist in the subsurface of Mars, and to understand the surface and how it's been changed by water over time, all driven by the interest to understand the prospect for past or even present life. So major discoveries have been glacial landforms and even a potential subsurface lake buried deep beneath the surface of Mars. And then the ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter, which was launched in 2016 and is currently in orbit around Mars, that has been searching for life through signatures of methane. This was an interesting tantalizing discovery that Mars Express appeared to have made, which prompted the interest to send another orbiter looking specifically for methane. And one of the surprising findings has been from TGO that there is no signature of methane as far as it can measure, even with the high accuracy instruments it has on board. So that's one of the exciting things that we always encounter when we do exploration, is we go expecting to find something, and then we find something else, and then it's a big mystery about where this methane has gone, because there's indications from other missions on the surface that there's methane being produced at the surface, but it's not there in orbit. Another major discovery, which I'll speak a bit about in the next slide as well from TGO, is about the possible subsurface ice to getting close to the equator. So we've known for a long time from previous missions that ice exists near the poles on the surface and even below the surface of Mars. But TGO has been finding indications of subsurface ice near the surface, much closer to the equator than previously thought. Next slide, please. So here's a map of the hydrogen that has been measured in the near subsurface, the top 1 meter of the Martian surface across the planet from TGO. And that hydrogen is inferred to be largely locked up in water ice, where we detect high concentrations of it. And so TGO has made such a map of the possible subsurface ice on Mars at a higher resolution than a previous mission. So if you click forward, you'll see a map that was made by the NASA Mars Odyssey mission. If you could click forward, please. And that in 2002, using its gamma ray spectrometer, made the first map of hydrogen in the subsurface. And you can see very similar data coming from the two missions, with the TGO data on the right offering higher spatial resolution. And what's really interesting about the TGO measurements, because of its higher sensitivity, is it's discovered potential oases of ice even at the equator, which is unexpected because we don't expect to see subsurface ice existing so close to the surface. So it's not everywhere by any means, but there are locations which appear to have high concentrations of ice, which for this group at this meeting is something of strong interest, because that could support human exploration in the future. Next slide, please. So in terms of upcoming science at Mars, we're looking very much forward to our first mission to directly search for past or present life in the deep subsurface of Mars with the ExoMars Rosalind Franklin rover, which is being prepared for launch in September 2022. And it will arrive in early 2023 and be able to drill down up to 2 meters deep in the subsurface of Mars, deeper than any previous mission has drilled before. So this mission is going to directly look for life, and we are looking forward to seeing what exciting discoveries it makes. Mars sample return, you've heard about from Lori, a key collaboration with NASA and ESA is a major partner contributing the Earth Return Orbiter that will return the samples back to Earth from Mars orbit, as well as the Sample Fetch rover that will travel on the surface and pick up the sample tubes and return it back to the lander. We also have a third smaller contribution of the Sample Transfer Arm, which will be able to move tubes from the rover onto the lander. So that's a very exciting program in full development, and we look forward to the launch of those missions later this decade. Next slide, please. So just getting to the end, looking forward into the future, ESA's right now undertaking an internal strategy development exercise for its entire exploration program, all 3 destinations. But in terms of Mars strategy, we're looking now at what we will do in the next decade post ExoMars, so in the 2030s up to the decade, up to the beginning of human exploration. So what are the precursor missions we need to do with robots in order to fully prepare ourselves to send humans efficiently and safely to Mars? So that's something that's ongoing now, but we can already see that there are some key areas of interest for Europe. Topics like climate, resources, where that ice is, ground truthing, where the ice is on the surface, comms and navigation, providing the communications and navigation capabilities that are needed, as well as further astrobiology after ExoMars to follow up any discoveries that are made there. Finally, we want to participate in that human journey together with our international partners to send humans to Mars. Hopefully by, in the next slide, 2040. We hope one day we'll see a scene just like this, exploring the red planet. Thank you.
That is a great image to end on, since our target is those boots on Mars. Sanjay, thank you very much. I love that program title as well, Terra Nove. Masaki, I think we're ready to go on to your presentation now. We're right on time, if not ahead of time. So we're going to have plenty of time for those questions that will be coming from all of you out there. Masaki?
Okay, I'd like to start with HABS-2. So can you show my slide? Yes, HABS-2. So it made 2 touchdown and sampling from, touchdown and sampling from 2 spots on the surface of Ryugu. And next slide, it has brought samples back to Earth. And the next slide shows where it landed. The landing spot was in Woomera, Australia. And we have to perform the sample capsule recovery operation under COVID-19, which was not easy. And I really like to thank Australian Space Agency for their great support that enabled us to perform the recovery operation very successfully. The next slide. So we had a beautiful fireball running across the sky above Woomera. And the next slide shows the safe landing and rather smooth spotting of the landing area. And we managed to recover the capsule rather quickly. And when we brought it back to Japan, into our curation facility, and when we opened up the capsule, the next slide shows that what HABS-2 did at Ryugu was a big success. It really was a big catch. And these samples will be delivered to the scientists all over the world so that we can understand the origin of water on Earth. So as next slide shows, HABS-2 was a big success. And the question is, does this big success lead to another sample return mission from a small body? The answer is yes. We are preparing MMX for a sample return mission, and we are moving full steam towards its launch in 2024. So I said MMX is one of our small body sample return missions, but as you can see in the next slide, in the samples that we will collect from the surface of Phobos, it's likely that they're included Martian samples in that sample, because when there's an impact event on the surface of Mars, Phobos is orbiting so close to the planet, so that there's a good chance that the debris will be precipitating on the surface of Phobos, and they will be inside the samples we will be collecting from Phobos. So that means that, as the next slide shows, MMX is a round trip to Mars, Martian system. And among the Phobos samples we'll be collecting, they're likely to be Martian samples. So clearly, MMX has a flavor of Mars exploration. And indeed, as the next slide shows, we have recently published a paper discussing the role MMX can play in the new era of Martian exploration that Perseverance is opening up. So please welcome us, JAXA, to the Martian Exploration Club. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Misaki, and congratulations once again on the success of Hayabusa 2. It has also been wonderful to see the collaboration that is taking place between all of you at JAXA and the OSIRIS-REx team, which is bringing its samples back right now. It's extremely exciting stuff. Hessa, you're going to take the final position here. We're ready for your presentation.
Thank you for having me here. I'm so excited to be here to share a status from the Emirates Mars mission. Okay, so this is a status update on HOPE probe. We've launched last year amid the pandemic in the summer, July 2021, and we had our launch from Japan. We've gone into 7 months journey and arrived to Mars in February 9th, 2021. We began our science phase end of May, in May 23rd, 2021, after checking the instruments and calibrating it as well. And we're looking for a science mission for 1 Martian year in order to understand the different seasons of Mars and what happens to the atmosphere. On your right, you can see the first image that HOPE had taken through the visible imager instrument that it has. And this is the first image that we got from Mars after orbit insertion 1 day. Next. So what science are we targeting at Mars? We're there to study the Martian atmosphere, the different layers specifically it has. So we're studying the lower atmosphere and the upper atmosphere and looking into the links in between them as well. We do have 3 scientific instruments. We have Emirates Exploration Imager that takes images from the visible band and even ultraviolet bands and studies the lower atmosphere. And then we have the Emirates Mars Infrared Spectrometer, EMIRS. It's studying the lower atmosphere as well, adjacent to EXI with the infrared band. And then we have the Emirates Mars Ultraviolet Spectrometer looking into the upper atmosphere, specifically the thermosphere layer and the exosphere. And through this instrumentation, we have coordinated observation in a way that whenever we're looking at Mars, we have an image or scientific data from the 3 instruments coordinated together, as you can see in this image. And that's very useful. So we can understand what's happening in the lower atmosphere and the climate and what's going on in the upper atmosphere and how we can understand the vertical transport in between them as well. Next. Our orbit is very special. The dimension of it is 20,000 kilometers by 43,000 kilometers. Like, it's very wide elliptical. No other mission had traveled to such orbit before, but it's there to enable our science. And that's how we're able to study the different layers through this orbit. And you can see through the animation as the probe is moving around the orbit. And this is what we have on the bottom, our visible imager images. We can cover like Mars as a whole. We're looking into different geographical features on Mars as it's rotating. And we're looking even into the diurnal variation. You can see how we're moving from night to day within the orbit itself. So HOPE probe is the only mission right now at Mars that give us this kind of combination of global geographic coverage and local time coverage, which is very useful to try and assess the Martian atmosphere and to understand its circulation and transport. Next. This is my last slide. I wanted to select some of the images that we did release for the probe just to highlight the capability that it has. On your left, this is an image from the Emirates Mars Ultraviolet Spectrometer, the UV one. It shows how we are able to measure the hydrogen corona up to more than 20,000 kilometers. So we're able to look very far in order to understand the escape rate, specifically for hydrogen and even oxygen in the exosphere of Mars. The image on the right, this is as well from the EMIUS instrument. But what you're seeing in here is the oxygen. So the bright side is basically the D side of Mars, And then when you see the dark side, this is the dark side of Mars, but you can see within the dark side, there are patches of glow or like excited oxygen in there. And those are the discrete aurora. And we were very excited to see this phenomena within our nominal observations while we are exercising our science. Because as you've heard, like the discrete aurora is not within our scientific objectives, so it's considered to us an opportunistic science. But we were very excited to have such a delicate instrument that is so sensitive to be able to give us information on the discrete aurora, that we will be able to understand more in such a global manner, and with the frequent observations that we do have, it will enable us to enhance our understanding into it. I would like just to conclude that we're very excited in the upcoming milestone that we have, which is in the beginning of October. We're looking into releasing our first data from the mission itself with the whole community. It will be available free of charge in our Science Data Center website. Everyone would be able to download the data, study it, and that would be an invitation for the whole community to join us into this exploration.
Beautiful work. Thank you very much, Hessa. Beautiful images as well. And while we are here primarily to talk about what we are learning about the Red Planet, thanks to our robot emissaries, there is another angle to this that I think the HOPE mission may personify as well as anything else that has gone to Mars. And it's why your mission has the name HOPE, as well as the Emirates Mars mission, something that I've talked to your colleagues, Her Excellency Sarah bint Yusuf Al-Amiri and Amran Sharaf, the HOPE project director, about. And that is the inspiration that missions of exploration like this are providing. Can you say something about why that is an important component of the HOPE mission before we get back to science?
Yes. So the mission was announced back in 2014, and this is considered our first mission to Mars. We have not done this before. And we had Earth observation satellites, and that field was explored. But the satellite program that we did have, but going to Mars is just like a different challenge. And we had partners, academic partners, to help us in this. But mainly through this program, it's not about only getting unique science to the community and contributing to it. It was about the development of the science community within the United Arab Emirates. So we're looking through this program to develop the science and technology sector, to inspire the younger generation, to be engaged. So while we had our scientific objectives, we had programmatic objectives to develop capabilities in science and engineering when it comes to exploring other planets, to have a lot of outreach programs, to go to schools, students, universities, professors, to provide a lot of support and engagement in order for us to elevate the state of science when it comes to Mars exploration within the country. And it had been such a journey. And that's why I remember, even at the time of the launch and even before arrival, when everyone is nervous about the success of the mission, we've stood there and said we've already succeeded, because the human capital that we have developed throughout the years, that's the true success of the Emirates Mars mission.
And I see that all of our panelists are in full agreement with you. I think this is one of the greatest values of our exploration of the solar system, the inspiration that it is providing for all of humanity, and especially young people. We have questions beginning to come in, and we will be getting to those shortly. I do have one comment, or a question at least, that I'm going to direct to you, Laurie and Sanjay. I took the liberty of re-listening to your 2019 appearance, the last in-person Humans to Mars Summit, when you were on stage and talking about, looking forward really with Ellen Stofan to sample return. And so here we are a little over 2 years later. And as you've talked about, it is so thrilling to actually know that there are now bits of Mars sealed away in those tubes, the cleanest objects perhaps ever created by humanity, waiting for their return to Earth. What is the outlook for completing the rest of this most complicated series of robotic missions perhaps ever, and getting those samples into big labs in front of the scientists that are waiting for them back here on the pale blue dot? Laurie? Oh, Laurie, I think you're muted now.
See, there we go. How's
There
that?
you go.
So thank you, Matt. And yeah, I'll say a few comments, and then I know Sanjay will have more to add. So it's really wonderful that you went back and rewatched 2 years ago, because at that time, you know, we felt like we were really on the verge of something big with Mars sample return, and really felt like we had an amazing opportunity in front of us with this collaboration, and just being in the right at the right time to initiate Mars sample return. And we've made so much progress since then. Of course, first off, with the successful launch and landing of Perseverance, and now with the collection of those first samples to return. But in addition to that, just programmatically, the progress that we're making in starting to move that entire campaign forward. We actually kicked off what we call Phase A the end of last year, at the end of 2020. And we're really excited about that. We're able to now, you know, go off and do the necessary trade studies, looking at the technical design, the early part of formulation, really digging into the details of how we're working together, and who's building what, and digging into how much it's going to cost, and all of those things as well. But really starting to move that whole process forward, and thinking about getting the contracts in place so that we can continue with that development. And it's moving along very well. It is an enormous project. It's got a lot of complications with it, but we have such great partners with ESA, and then lots of partnerships even within NASA on the US side, with all of the various NASA centers participating and contributing. So again, making great progress moving that forward. I know Sanjay probably has lots to add as well.
Sanjay?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Laurie. You've said most of it already. But Matt, yeah, thanks for that flashback to 2 years ago. It was certainly an exciting time for me, having worked almost a decade at ESA on trying to get MSR going, and the next ESA program after ExoMars. So at that point, we were just months away from the Ministerial Council meeting at the end of 2019, where the European member states would decide on whether they were convinced enough to give us the go-ahead to go forward with Mars sample return with NASA. So it was a time of excitement and expectation, and yeah, here we are now. We've got a program, and with the success just recently of getting the samples, we actually have something to return. So it's tremendously exciting, and I'm so confident that that we're going to go ahead and complete Mars sample return, that I decided to move, well, not into the Mars sample return project, but stay in ESA in future planning. And I'm already looking ahead at what we're going to do after MSR, believe it or not. So that's exciting times all around for Mars exploration.
Masaki, we heard a little bit about MMX, the Martian Moons Explorer mission, which in the first panel, just prior to this one, you expanded on that, of course. And I think that you gave us confidence that that is moving forward very well. It is also an international collaboration, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We have participation from NASA, Europe, I mean ESA, France, and Germany.
Very exciting.
We also hope to land in Umera if the Australians allow us to do so. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Seems to be a nice place to set down your samples, wherever they may be coming from. We do have a lot of your questions coming in. Now, as you might expect, we probably will be receiving far more of them than we will be able to get to, but we will, over the next half hour or so, before we get to the first extended break here on the first day of the 2021 Humans to Mars Summit, we're going to get to as many of these as we can. And they are being relayed to me by our friend and colleague, Janet Ivey, the president of Explore Mars. I'm looking at some right now, and I'm going to start with this one from, it looks like Janenin, and my apologies to everyone that I mispronounce your name. Is the dust stuck on the Mars rovers because of condensed atmospheric moisture or purely electrostatic effects? And I'm going to expand that a bit just to acknowledge that dust is a big problem, whether you're a robot or whether you will be a human walking on Mars. And this piling up on the spacecraft, and particularly the solar panels, has been a problem. Obviously, it's a problem right now, I know, for the InSight lander. Lori, do you want to address this and how we're beginning to think about how this will be dealt with?
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It is a significant challenge on Mars. And as you mentioned, particularly for those missions that are relying on solar power. As you mentioned, this is not new. We certainly suffered with the Opportunity rover a few years ago when there was a global dust storm depositing a fairly substantial amount of dust onto those solar panels. And what we see is if there is what we call a dust cleaning event, which would be a smaller dust storm, for example, that's very windy, but that it moves the dust off of the solar arrays, but it doesn't deposit anymore on top. Those have been very effective, but in a global dust storm, there's just no escaping the amount of dust that's going to be deposited. And so that was a challenge for Opportunity. And as you mentioned, we're also seeing similar challenge with InSight. Now, after being on the surface of Mars almost 3 years, we've seen substantial buildup of dust on those solar panels as well. So getting to the question about the source of what makes the dust stick, well, likely not moisture. There are some electrostatic forces that are certainly in play, but keep in mind that once the dust is sitting on top of that horizontal surface, it's very difficult to get it to move off of that surface without these dust cleaning events where the wind would blow it off. Interestingly, InSight has tried a very novel experiment where they picked up some dust, some regolith from the surface in the scoop and dropped it near the solar panel and allowed the light breeze to blow the regolith across the solar panels. And this is maybe counterintuitive, but instead of depositing that larger fragments on the surface, what happened is that breeze caused that process called saltation, which actually picked up the dust particles and moved them off of the solar panel. So it actually, the first try anyway, was reasonably effective at getting some of the dust off the solar panels. But in planning future missions, I think if we're going to be using solar panels, we have to keep in mind that that need to some process for keeping them cleaned off so that they can continue to provide the energy that we need. Of course, the alternative that we've used a couple of times now with Curiosity and now with Perseverance is to use a nuclear battery, the radioisotope thermal generators that are not susceptible to solar deposits, of course, the dust deposits, but they do have limited lifetime. So you've got pluses and minuses on both of those.
I think a high priority ought to be how do we attract those dust devils to visit our spacecraft on the surface periodically. Yeah. Anybody else want to get on this question of the challenge of dust and the challenge it presents not just now for solar powered spacecraft, but that it may present in the future, and maybe what it's helping us. We still have a lot to learn about it. And my understanding is that those global dust storms, we still don't really understand the dynamics of those and why they happen.
Absolutely. I'll have a go at that, Matt. So indeed, it's a perennial problem on Mars, but as well as the Moon, with the abrasive dust there. Mm-hmm. So it does get everywhere, and understanding exactly what is the mechanism for causing that sticking is going to be important to be able to figure out what ways we can use to clean off the dust. So electrostatics is certainly one way that could be causing the dust to stick. And in ESA, we're actually looking at having systems that utilize the one proven way to remove dust from solar panels, which is these natural dust devils, but to use wind puffs from a robotic system potentially that can blow dust off the panels. So there are systems that are being developed to try to use what Mars has already taught us about dust cleaning in a real operational sense for robotic missions, and maybe in the future for human missions as well. And indeed, understanding how the weather can increase the dust loading in the atmosphere and what gets onto equipment through making weather forecasts of these little dust storms when they might happen is a key aspect that we on the European side are interested to find out more about as a preparation step towards sending humans. And you'll hear about that a little bit more in the next panel, I believe, about our future thoughts on Martian weather and climate.
So perhaps we are not too far away from the first leaf blower arriving on Mars.
Absolutely.
That's also pretty innovative. Let's go on to another one of the questions here. This was actually the first one that came into me from Bhavyesh Sethia. How do you plan to solve the radiation problem? And of course, there's tremendous concern about how humans on Mars will deal with the radiation. Is this a challenge for robotic spacecraft on the surface and in orbit? I mean, spacecraft have to deal with this wherever they are in the solar system, don't they? Masaki, I don't know if you might have some comments about this. And if you want to mention something about the dust challenge as well, please feel free.
Okay, about the dust challenge, when it has to touch down onto the surface of Ryugu, it was a big mess. All the debris came from the surface. And we lost the sensitivity of the camera by 30%. So that happened during the first touchdown. And for the second touchdown, we really have to be carefully planning the operation because, we have lost some sensitivity of the camera. So what we did for the first touchdown has to be modified for the second touchdown. So that's my first encounter with the dust problem, I have to say. That was a kind of very serious one. So that's my comment for the dust problem. And for the radiation, I don't know if I'm the right person to answer this question, but for the robotic mission, not sure if we did something very special. Maybe Rolly is better suited to answer this question. So do you wanna answer this question, Lori?
I actually was just checking on something very quickly on radiation, and Mars Odyssey carried a radiation sensor, radiation experiment, and from what I can find quickly, it looks to be that if you're interested in the radiation on Mars, appears to be about 2.5 times what astronauts would experience on the space station. So it is actually fairly substantial exposure on Mars, and something that really has to be thought about. Certainly in the design of the electronics on the rovers and on the spacecraft have to keep that radiation environment in mind to assure that we have the reliable electronics on the spacecraft. I did want to just point out that in thinking ahead to human exploration, the Perseverance rover is carrying an instrument called Sherlock. And the Sherlock instrument has several calibration targets that it's going to be looking at to calibrate the instrument over the lifetime of the Perseverance rover. And some of those targets are, in fact, materials of potential spacesuit, candidate materials, helmet materials, visor materials for potential, astronaut protection. And so we'll be looking at how they respond and react in that environment, both to the dust and the radiation and other things around them there, just to see if there's any degradation or how they perform. So we are thinking ahead to trying to help prepare for human exploration. Just one other comment on radiation is that there is actually a sensor on Curiosity rover as well, which was originally, I think, of interest to human exploration side of the NASA house, is now being taken over science-wise by the heliophysics division to help understand what that environment is like at Mars. So you've now exhausted about everything I know about the radiation environment.
Thank you.
So that reminds me, MMX will also have some radiation monitor, yes, so that you can get the sense of the radiation you get while you do the round trip to the Martian system. Yes.
Good.
Hessa, I want to stick with that dusty problem on Mars. Forgive the plug, but the current episode of Planetary Radio features Rob Lillis of UC Berkeley, who just learned a few weeks ago that his ESCAPADE mission will be added to those two very small probes in orbit around Mars. Will be added to yours, the EMM and MAVEN and others that are helping us to understand the atmosphere of Mars and what happened to it over the years. We know it used to be much thicker. One of the things that Rob told me is that the dust, we have learned, plays a big role in understanding the evolution of the Martian atmosphere. I think Rob said that he's also a part of your mission of EMM Hope. But do you have some comments about the dust and its role in the Martian atmosphere being what it is today?
Yeah, indeed, Rob is part of the science team for the Mars mission, and we're very lucky to have him. So we do understand that Mars dust storms play a major impact on the climate of Mars, and not even only that, it does impact the exosphere of Mars, specifically the escape of hydrogen and oxygen. As we understand, hydrogen and oxygen are the building blocks of water. So that plays into the story as well of why water doesn't exist on Mars and what's impacting those escape rates and how does the dust storm connects with that. And previous missions, and I've read several studies to try and understand the connection between them. So there's definitely a connection, and we're very much looking into the data that the Mars mission will give us, because it's give us the data from the lower atmosphere as well as the upper atmosphere at the same time. So having this kind of coordinated observation will enable us to really understand the link between both layers, what's happening lower there in terms of the climate and how it's impacting up there. So that's very exciting, and it had been limited before in other missions because we don't have the diurnal variation coverage before. So and time is very important, because we know the atmosphere or even the temperature behavior and others are not the same in the day as they are at night. So having this kind of holistic look when it comes to the Martian atmosphere will definitely further our understanding into the dust storms itself and how it plays a role in the climate, and even how it impacts the escape, especially for the hydrogen and oxygen.
More and more spacecraft arriving in orbit around Mars. We've already heard about Mars Express, 18 years. There's Mars Odyssey. They just, first of all, don't seem to die very often. But here is a question along those lines, which I probably should save for last because I think it is delivered somewhat tongue-in-cheek from Janine. Given all of this activity from the UAE, China, U.S. rovers, U.S. rovers, and orbiters and ESA orbiters, and soon a rover. Will there be a day when Martian traffic control, I assume we should be talking about air traffic control, will be needed? Will the traffic lights still be red, green, and amber? Well, thank you, Janine, for bringing a little levity to this. But I wonder if you could talk about the advantages that this implies of having so many spacecraft, each of them with different specialties, each of them with different skills and sensors and abilities, and why this is so important to helping us understand this very dynamic planet. Lori, would you take that first?
Sure. I think it's fantastic that there are so many missions at Mars now and planned in the near future. As you say, they all complement each other, different types of measurements, different types of instruments, even similar instruments that are making similar measurements at different times in different places can be compared and help give us a fuller understanding of the whole Martian system. Mars is a really fantastic laboratory for understanding how a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere, how it operates. And, it really is just the perfect place for these types of this kind of combined exploration. I did just want to make a quick comment about the air traffic controllers, just to point out that we do already share information across agencies about our orbits, so that we can make sure that we're doing the analyses and that we're not actually going to run into each other out in space. And if there is a potential, we make adjustments, and the various space agencies cooperate to make sure that that we don't have any issues like that. So fortunately, I think we do a great job. All of the nations that are at Mars are doing a great job in being open and sharing that kind of information, so that we don't have the traffic jams.
Anybody else want to get in on this as we talk about those increasingly crowded skies over Mars? Maybe someday they'll be as crowded as they are over Earth. Maybe we shouldn't hope for that.
Well, it's a real problem of luxury, isn't it, to have so many spacecraft at Mars that we have to worry about these things. But indeed, as Laurie says, we're already doing that. And one problem of the future that will come that is not currently needing to be dealt with is orbital debris, of course, which is a major problem at the Earth now, and we need to find solutions for. But eventually, when we're launching things from the surface of Mars back to the Earth and human missions are going, there will be the potential for significant orbital debris in the Martian orbit as well. So on top of air traffic control, we'll need to worry about debris as well. And in terms of the surface, yes, I'm sure that will come for human exploration in the local scale, where we'll have robots and humans and vehicles who are all working together. And of course, we'll not want autonomous robots running into humans. So yeah, these are real world problems that we haven't dealt with yet because of our slow cadence of missions and our very separated spacecraft. But human exploration is going to change all of that.
Sasaki, feel free to jump in on this.
Yeah, so when I talk to younger people, they always dream of having their own CubeSat flying into the Martian system. And then with the CubeSat, they think their spacecraft can work as long as somebody take it there. So orbit insertion is a problem for a small orbiter, because you have to bring all the big fuel to enable it. But those people working on the spacecraft itself, they really wish that there will be someday a service that will bring their own CubeSat to the Martian system, and then they can do their job. So it's a big hurdle. You have to bring all the fuel, and you have to do the orbit insertion. But should that stay as the hurdle? There are so many clever people who have some ideas to fabricate their own spacecraft, and the job you want the spacecraft to do is not that orbit insertion thing. They really like to focus on the work they do after they are in the orbit around Mars. So talking to young students who are dreaming of that kind of future, like launching or getting into the orbit, seems like the biggest element of the space missions. But for the younger people, for the smarter people, they are thinking smarter. They think that, oh, that's not my thing. They would rather do something smarter after they get into the orbit. So for like somebody like close to 60, I was thinking that launching or getting into the orbit is the space mission. But younger generation might be thinking in a different way. So yeah, that's the. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're making me want to ask Laurie, should we be looking at a commercial Martian payload delivery system, Laurie?
I certainly hope that that's in the cards in the future. And, we're watching how that plays out on the moon with the commercial lunar payload services, with our first 2 launches coming up next year. I think it's an interesting model. Yeah, we'll see.
Hessa, your missions model is an interesting one because, of course, you had to find a ride for EMM Hope. Was that a particular challenge?
You mean the launch?
Yes, finding your way to get up off of Earth and put you on the road to the Red Planet.
Yeah, so we have a team responsible of choosing the vehicle, planning the launch and so on. But that wasn't the challenge in itself. That was like normal part of planning a Mars mission. The challenge was that we had to launch amid the pandemic. This was the time where airports got closed, and we were like the scheduled Mars mission that we had to launch from a country other than ours. So we had to care about transportation. I remember like at that time, the hook was in UAE and we had to ship it to Japan. And it had to go, of course, through the road and then through air and then through a ship to reach the launch location. So that was very complex. And I would have to say like the country, like from different fields, were very supportive. Like even other countries like Japan, like coordinating this kind of transfer so we don't miss our deadlines and launching in the summer was very hopeful, I would say, like very fitting to the name of the mission, Hope. It shows like how nations are collaborating together for the sake of science to achieve the knowledge that we need to advance our understanding. So that was very inspiring, honestly.
You bring up such a good point, and I think maybe we should talk about what the pandemic, particularly with the rise of the Delta variant, what effect this is having, not just on upcoming missions, but on how it's affecting how each of your teams is conducting science, doing operations with the current missions that are either above or on the Martian surface. Sanjay, let's go to you. Is this affecting everything that ESA is doing?
Sorry, could you say that last thing again about the science?
Sure, just wondering how the pandemic, how you are trying to adapt to the pandemic to be able to deliver the full potential of these missions.
Absolutely. So, as you know, ExoMars was originally planned to be launched in July 2020, and so the pandemic hit just like with Perseverance, only months before. So that definitely did affect the decision to have to postpone the launch in our case to 2022. It wasn't the only reason, but it definitely was an impact. So we felt that that pain in our Mars program. And it continues to affect our ability to travel not only across Europe, but of course to our Russian colleagues as well, who are working on this mission right now. So the extended period that it's gone on for, and it may well go on in some way or the other, right up to when we hope to launch next in September 2022, has been a major challenge. But for now. We are managing through it. We're keeping to the schedule. We've got some margin. We found a way to work despite the difficulties.
Masaki, challenges of the pandemic for JAXA's missions?
Well, I'm in a position to coordinate the international collaborations. So, for things that's been ramped up already, it's easy. Communicating with somebody who we already know or we're already working with, that's okay. But if you are in the earlier phase, if you are really starting to ramp up something, that's been really, really tough. There are phases in setting up a international collaboration that you really need to talk face to face. That's what I'm sensing now. So the impacts on those missions that are starting to ramp up. But if you are in the later phase, it's kind of okay. So that's what I'm realizing in this 1.5 years.
Lori, I'll save a moment here for a quick response from you as well. I know this has been a big challenge for NASA.
It has been a big challenge, and just to hit on a couple points that others haven't mentioned, we've been, I think, pretty fortunate in that our operating missions and our science teams have actually been working very well in a virtual environment, almost exclusively virtual. And so I know that it's challenging. I'm not saying it's the most effective or most efficient way for them to work, but we've still been able to make very good progress there. I think Masaki makes an excellent point about the challenges of bringing new teams together. We were in the beginning, with Perseverance, a little worried about how we were going to do those operations that require intense interactions, but that team again has been working very well together. even in this early phases of the science. And just as Hesse noticed, when we were heading up to that launch in July last year, both of us, it was extremely difficult to keep all of the teams safe. We wanted to make sure no one's health was compromised, but still drive that schedule. Our other missions that are being developed right now are still experiencing challenges with COVID, not just the work environment, but supply chains are being disrupted and delayed. So, ultimately, being the bureaucrat here, the longest lasting impact is probably going to be cost. But yeah.
Let's do our best to squeeze in a couple more questions here. We only have about 5 minutes left, so we'll have to be very brief with these. Here is one from Kirti. And Lori, I suspect it may be one that you'll want to start with. Wheeled rovers, are they the only means of traversing the Martian landscape other than Ingenuity? I don't know why we should exclude Ingenuity, because it has certainly shown us potential for a terrific way to get across Mars.
Yeah, I think Ingenuity has really opened our minds to how we can explore, both with a primary aerial vehicle that can explore, but also as a companion vehicle. I think, an aerial platform provides, is already demonstrating the ability to provide additional reconnaissance and more information back to the primary mission, which in this case is Perseverance, but could be a human mission. Having that ability to make short and quick sorties and provide additional information is proving to be very, very valuable. So I do think there's alternatives besides the wheeled rover. I think the aerial vehicle is going to be something we really need to keep in mind going forward.
All right, let's take one more, and I hope that there will be time for each of you to respond to this one, because it is such an important one. I don't know who this came from, but here you go. The International Space Station has shown a way for nations to cooperate even when the relationships at the government level have been strained. And this person notes the United States and Russia. Do you see a way forward for the endeavor to explore Mars and perhaps even nearer term missions to the moon, Artemis among them, I assume, would possibly be in cooperation with China? If there are already ongoing collaborations with China known to any members on the panel, please share them. I know that China, in its plans, its lunar and Martian plans, is also looking for partners. And we congratulate China on the establishment of its own space station above the Earth. Would any of you like to talk about international collaboration, not just with China, but across the agencies that are represented right here on our panel as well? Masaki, why don't you get us started?
Yes, we've been invited to a workshop where they were discussing about their asteroid sample return mission, and we gave them some advice. And I sensed the enthusiasm. I sensed how powerful they are. So I was giving the advice, but knowing that maybe in 10 years we might be overcome by them. But still, I was happy to give some advice. So that's how I deal with this kind of issue.
Hesse, EMM, certainly a good example of international collaboration and the benefits of that.
Exactly. The Emirates Mars mission was built based on international collaboration. So it's a really good example of how successful it could be. And we are always open for more collaboration. Because one mission cannot do it all, honestly. It requires multiple expertise, combining different data to reach that comprehensive understanding. I recall during cruise phase, we had the opportunity to do coordinated observation with Baby Colombo, which we were very excited about. We're very excited to be there with Maven. Maven has instrumentation that can complement the Emirates Mars mission that we don't have. So that's very exciting with us. And we're always looking for other, I know MMX, they had me within their science meeting too. We can discuss international collaboration between both missions. So that's what we need to do always.
Sanjay, seconds remaining. Do you have something quick?
Yeah, just to say that ESA is born of collaboration between countries, so it's in our very nature, and everything we do is by definition a collaboration, at least of European countries, but we collaborate with many agencies across the world, and including China at the moment, sharing data, helping with landing sites selection and things like that. I think there's an interest definitely to share in the inspiration and the excitement for scientific discovery with our colleagues everywhere, and we try to find ways to transcend the politics and enable collaboration where we're allowed to do so. So if we're held back, then we can't, but we're always seeking to collaborate with as many partners as we can, because we think that's the best way to do more.
Lori, we'll give you the last word on this.
I want to agree with the person who wrote that comment that absolutely ISS has been a fantastic model for how to engender apolitical collaboration. It's a great model. We're hoping, of course, that Artemis will follow in those footsteps. And I think Mars will follow right along. It's natural.
That's all the time we have. I want to thank all of our panelists for this excellent conversation. Wish all of you the greatest of continued success at Mars and here on our pale blue dot. Thanks also to all of you who have joined us online. We're going to take about a 45-minute break now before we return with another great discussion that will bring together humans and robots. So we're not going too far afield, an essential partnership on the Moon and Mars. We'll see you at 1:15 the hour.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I'm guessing we're out. Okay, fantastic. Great work. And I think these are Janet's words.
Wow. I have to say that, again, just I'm always humbled and amazed by the amazing people that agree to stay up very late for HESA. And Masaki, it's midnight or later where they are. But I think for the most part, just congratulations, Team Human, in this grand endeavor to get to Mars, to see people from every country and talking about how we can collaborate even more gives me great hope for this world. Chris, any thoughts?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We certainly live in exciting times, and I'm very excited. Maybe in the next few years, we will confirm whether there's microbial life on Mars. Wouldn't that be an exciting discovery?
You know what? I think Dr. Jim Garvin would conclude that we are Martian already. So yes, I am looking forward to finding that out.
Yeah, and as Matt said earlier, we're going to take a 45-minute break. We'll be back at 1:15 Eastern Daylight Time. We'll start off the afternoon, or it is already afternoon Eastern Daylight Time, later in the afternoon with a panel called Robots and Humans. It's kind of bringing both of the all the conversations we've had in the morning together. That'll be followed by another panel called Earth, Moon, and Mars. Basically looking at how we can build sustainable architectures to utilize the moon on the way to Mars, but also utilizing ISS and how the Earth can be utilized in this whole process as well. We'll round out the afternoon with a panel called Maintaining Momentum, looking at the policy challenges and what should be accomplished in the 2030s and 2020s. And then tonight, I hope you'll all stick around at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a panel called How Can Space Exploration Expand Inclusiveness and Diversity Dr. Shauna Pandya will be moderating. It's going to be a spectacular session, so I hope you'll all stick around. So any final words before we go on break, Janet?
Well, go have a fantastic lunch. Be sure to come right back for robots and humans. Let's talk about that. And we're so very grateful that for all of you guys who continue to show up and support Explore Mars.
Back to the afternoon session of the first day of the Humans to Mars Summit. I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. We have a great afternoon session coming up. Before I kind of run through the agenda, I just want to thank our premier sponsors, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Collins Aerospace, Northrop Grumman, and Boeing. Thank you very much for your support. We could not conduct this program without your support. This afternoon, we have a great program. I'll introduce the first panel in just a moment, robots and humans. Then it's followed by Earth, Moon, and Mars, basically looking at sustainable ways of using the Earth, Moon, and Mars to get eventually humans to Mars in the 2030s. That will be followed up by maintaining momentum, what can be achieved in the 20s and 30s, basically looking at kind of the policy perspective, what we need to do to make sure that we achieve these goals that we're aiming for. Then tonight we have a panel called How Can Space Exploration Expand Inclusiveness and Diversity that Dr. Shauna Pandya will be moderating. So that should be a spectacular session. But without further ado, I want to introduce the moderator of our session right now, Dr. Steve Mackwell, an old friend of Explore Mars. He's been heavily involved in our Mars Achievability workshops. Steve is the Deputy Executive Director for the American Institute of Physics, and he is the former Corporate Director of Science Programs for USRA. So ladies and gentlemen, Steve Mackwell, moderating Humans and Robots. Welcome to the Humans to Mars session on robots and humans, an essential partnership on the Moon and Mars. I'm Steve Mackwell, and I'll be moderating this session. As we plan for human missions to Mars, we have to acknowledge that humans are great at many aspects of planetary surface exploration, but to maximize mission effectiveness and success, we need to delegate more routine or dangerous roles to robotic helpers, whether it's building up and preparing surface infrastructure for human presence, or supporting surface activities by astronauts, or going places that planetary protection requirements preclude access by humans. And it's not too early to start building capability for such robotic-human partnerships, both in terms of technology and operational aspects, and of course, practice realistic analog environments, including the lunar surface, as I'm sure Clive will remind us endlessly throughout this session. We've got a great group of panelists today. Each will have a bit of time to address the topic of this session from the perspective of their specialty, and then take questions from the audience, just a couple. At the end of the session, we hope to have time to take a few extra questions for the team. I'm going to first off introduce the panel, which will be following from left to right, and then down, up top to down. Introducing the panel today, we have Tomo Usui is a full professor at JAXA's Institute of Space and Astronautical Science. He's also a manager of JAXA's curation facility for Hayabusa, Hayabusa 2, and an upcoming Phobos sample return mission, the Martian Moon Exploration, which we've heard a bit about this morning. In addition, he serves as a JAXA representative of the International Mars Ice Mapper mission. His research interests are in the historical evolution of climate, oceans, lakes, and habitability on Mars. Hakan Svedham is a senior staff scientist at the European Space Agency, presently holding the position as project scientist for the ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter. He's been involved in most of ESA's planetary missions for over the last 30 years. He was the project scientist for the Venus Express mission, and for some time project scientist for the Mars Express mission. His main research interests include planetary atmospheres, in particular related to comparative planetology, interplanetary dust, and space instrumentation. Laurent Sabile is a founding member of Kennedy Space Center's Swamp Works, where he works for the Southeastern Universities Research Association. Passionate about the journey of humans beyond Earth, he's a principal and co-investigator on early technology development projects for NASA mission support, with a focus on prospecting
and utilization of space resources and planetary surface systems. He served as the subject matter expert on space resources on NASA's Evolvable Mars campaign team. Recently, he was the lead author of a white paper for the National Academy's Planetary Decadal Survey on the need for data collection at Mars in the next decade to prepare for civil engineering activities as part of human missions to the planetary surface. And finally, and of course not, finally we have Clive Neal. He's a professor at the University of Notre Dame. He's a geologist with 35 years of lunar research experience who's passionate, to say the least, about having human permanence on the moon and beyond. He led the 4 years effort to produce the Lunar Exploration Analysis Group Lunar Exploration Roadmap, 1/3 of which is devoted to using the moon to feed forward to Mars and beyond. He served as league chair on 2 separate occasions. He's a glutton for punishment. Is an advocate for the moon and NASA, and has testified to the National Space Council on Lunar Exploration. So let's start off with Tomo on the topic of subsurface ice, which is particularly relevant given plans for the Robotic Ice Mapper mission. Tomo will address the following questions. Why is it important for science and reconnaissance to map ice at the mid-latitudes of Mars? In particular, how does knowledge of ice, location, depth, and extent support human exploration? And how will better knowledge of ice extent inform science objectives like ice coring? Also, what are the biggest gaps in our knowledge of mid-latitude ice for both science and reconnaissance? And how will upcoming missions for the International Mars Ice Mapper help us address these gaps? Tomo?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you very much for the wonderful questions. So it's one of the long-standing issue for the Mars science, why we should go to the mid-latitude to look for the Mars. So answer is simple. We now know that there should be a tons of missing water ice reservoir underground. So the number of Mars exploration last decades have suggested that there was a large body of the ocean, surface water, and then some of which have lost to space, but we still do not know where the rest of the water gone. It's still a big question of Mars science, inventory, and distribution of present water reservoir. So the recon of the missing the present water ice reservoir is just more than the scientific topic anymore, because the present water, and if the subsurface ice is there, it is no doubt that we should utilize it for the human exploration, of course, and also the mid-latitude is a key for the human explorations. So the high latitude, we have an ice cap, lots of water ice usable, but the high latitude is too cold to support the sustainable human activities. While the low latitude, like the equatorial regions, has high enough sunlight, but it's too warm to sustain the accessible water ice that's shallow underneath the surface. So the key question is the missing water. How are we gonna get the information about the missing subsurface water reservoirs? So international partners, including the US, Canada, and Japan, and Italy, plan the ice mapper missions, and then that will utilize the radar sounder technique to map out the subsurface water ice. The radar sounding uses a wavelength infrared spectrometers. It can penetrate, has a potential to penetrate into the depths underneath the surface with the high spatial resolution. So this is simple answers. Is it good enough? I hope it is good enough.
So, Tomo, is that's your you're done, right?
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't, just to be sure. Just out of curiosity, how deep will the various techniques be able to penetrate below the surface to be able to detect ice?
Yep. The ice map mission is going to use the L-band radar sounding techniques, which has the penetration depth could be like 10 meters or shallower than that. So the 10 meters is pretty much the key, because the if it is like 100 meters or miles or something, it's not the accessible by human explorations. The 10 meters is could be accessible by digging by human exploration. So we are going to have less than the 10 meters, but the very high spatial resolution. So yeah.
Is there any plans to follow through with missions that would characterize the nature of the ice, such as impurities and things like that, or trying to access it to determine its viability as a source of resources for human habitation on the surface?
Not only the ice map mission cannot tell all the information that you pointed out, that like which is the state of the ice, state of the water, chemistry of water, because the ice map has a special techniques, a radar sounding, the radar techniques that would give us just a faint physical property difference between the rocks and the non-rocks, which could be ice. But just an electric property information, this is not the so much great to give us detailed information. So we're gonna combine radar techniques with the pre-existing information of the neutron data, so the gamma ray data, and also geotechnical properties. So we should combine all of them. But the trick is that the radar sounding is only the remote sensing techniques can penetrate into the meters or something. So
Exactly. Yeah, I was kind of curious to know if there was a more of a longer term plan. You know, once you've identified where the ice is near the surface, whether or not there's actually a kind of a strategic plan for robotic exploration that would then be able to go or be access those zones where it's close enough to the surface to be able to characterize and test technologies and things like that for extraction.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So adding to this point that just an accessible ice is not good enough for human exploration, as I said. Like if you go to the ice cap and then there are tons of the accessible ice, but it's just ice. So we don't have any sunlight, not sustainable for human exploration. Scientifically very important, but it's not ideal place for the human exploration. So it's kind of a balance between science and exploration. So.
I would say if people have any questions in the audience, have questions, feel free to post them and we will bring them to the speakers. Okay, so let's move on to Laurent. Laurent's going to talk about civil engineering issues for Mars. He's going to address the following questions. Why do we need civil engineering on Mars? I think it's kind of obvious myself, but like landing pads, roads, other infrastructure. So what are the current concepts of operations for landed assets? Where and how close do they need to be placed together, or how far apart? Is the current concept of operations planning realistic? In what ways are the challenges of civil engineering on Mars different from those on Earth? And what do we need to know about Mars from a civil engineering perspective before sending humans? For example, you know, how can we use local resources to enable civil engineering, for example, 3D printing for habitats, for roads, for various types of infrastructure, for landing pads? Anyway, pass it on to you, Laurent.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Steve. And thank you to Explore Mars to have invited me to this panel and get a chance to talk a little bit about something that not many conferences look at this point, because we're very early into this concept of civil engineering at Mars or even civil engineering anywhere other than Earth. So as we know, on Earth, we don't typically send people to remote and extreme environments to live for months or years without knowing something about the place that will host them, and find out where we can build shelters or where we can build the landing strip or roads to be traversed, and the necessary infrastructure that comes to with all this. And we think that that preparation is even more critical for Mars explorers, because they will be really literally cut off from any rapid assistance or rapid resupply from Earth. And the minimum stay on Mars will be significant, calling for good preparation for shelters, especially in the environment, and also to prepare for these first landings. One of the things that we are particularly concerned about is, as we have noticed both on the Moon and on Mars, the use of propulsive descent by landers basically excoriate or erode the regular surface. And to be very specific, for the Mars case, in 2012, Curiosity, using the famous Sky Crane retropropulsion system, showed that there was significant amount of ejecta from the particles on the ground. And they noticed a hit on some instruments. And now we are at a point where probably the state of the art is planning that about 2-ton landers can be sent reliably with the current technology. But at the same time, the human class landers are on the order of 20-ton payload. So now we're facing very large retropropulsion systems for landing, and it is now critical that we know what's going to happen to the soil under the lander. Not only for the landing itself, which is obvious. After landing, you may have created a large changes in the topography of the landing site. If, for example, it's the first landing and you have to offload a lot of equipment, or your first habitat and where to put it and so forth. So there's a cascade of event that comes with all the logistics of those missions. Now, the current CONOPS would basically look at, well, let's look at a potentially good site and bring most of the equipment on site. But then the CONOPS for the subsequent missions is not clear, because now you have all these assets around a landing site, and you have to either prepare for another lander, move a current lander, or protect these assets from the lander that is coming next. And so you quickly come into scenarios where you have to look at how to prepare the soil, what is in the subsurface of these habitats, and then the Martian conditions come into play very quickly, especially in areas where we are very interested in, which are possibly which have subsurface ice, possibly a shallow ice, like Professor Usui was mentioning. And so the knowledge of not only the surface, the type of material that is at the surface, and also the stratigraphy of the subsurface are all part of a common practice in civil engineering on Earth. But particularly for Mars missions, they'll become source of primary information for the safety and the safety of the crew and the safety of the mission themselves. So because we're interested in going to areas where there is significant ice, we also have to ask ourselves the questions, what happens to these environments? The surface topography, does the surface topography changes with seasonal changes in pressure? Does the ice underneath move in some ways? Does the topography changes over time? There is also evidence of seasonal changes of liquefied brines in some areas. So all these pertain to actually knowing and really knowing what we're getting into in terms of environment. So one of the things that we focus in our white paper for the National Academy of Sciences is looking at the top priorities of the type of measurements that would be needed in the next decade, because we're looking at sending potentially a human cruise in the following decades, in the 2030s. So knowledge of landing sites is very important, and then knowledge of the subsurface is critical next for where to place habitats, and also knowledge of the surface materials to be able to add in situ constructed habitats or shelters that will come in handy during long exploration phases, where you have radiation that is very severe on the surface of Mars over the long term. You have, of course, the low pressure and meteorites or thermal cycles. So you have these environments that will require a very good longevity for the habitats that we are going to ask the crew to live in, and that may require adding surface materials to protect these habitats, even if they are brought from Earth. So in conclusion, I would say the major challenges are similar to the ones that you face to do civil engineering in extreme environments on Earth or in remote places. But at the same time, they're exacerbated by the fact that we only have a few opportunities over the next decades, with the cadence of missions and either remote sensing or on surface missions, to actually acquire the data that is needed to understand these before launching human crews, and knowing that they'll be at least sufficiently safe, as much as we can make it for them.
Mm-hmm. So what's the current thinking in terms of, as you say, it's a much larger lander, propulsive landing, significant potential excavation of the subsurface, beyond the mission that Tomo is talking about. Do we need other ways of identifying the right places to go?
Yeah, and definitely the use of the remote sensing assets, the current ones, the high imagery assets, and then hopefully an ice mapper will be critical to have an idea of what is below the surface within the first 10 meters.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, as we envision operations of excavations for particularly creating the base of a landing pad, consolidating an area like this, or the base of roads and so forth, probably 5 meters may be sufficient to do all of this. So we don't really need to dig to as much as 10 meters, unless we're digging to actually find ice and start extraction of ice as a resource for propellant manufacturing to return to Earth. So I would say that the remote sensing assets that are either current or planned in the next decade will have to be complemented with some surface missions that are specific to a site that we want to send humans to, and the primary mission for that will be to understand the geotechnical characteristics of that site as much as with as high as resolution as possible.
We did have a question from Beansy McGee, who asks, are there locations that are better for starting on Mars? Kind of similar to what we were just discussing. Would a location higher up be beneficial, or somewhere much lower be beneficial, since there isn't a threat of flooding, just dust and radiation?
So site selection for missions on Mars is not something that I'm an expert in, but definitely the fact that you're dealing with a very tenuous atmosphere, very often the preferred sites for landing are on the lower elevation, in order to take take advantage as much as possible of the density of the atmosphere for, say, parachutes or aero braking and so forth. So other than that, there is some protection given by surrounding relief, like maybe cliffs or so, to choose a suitable selection for long-term habitation, where you would have to know maybe weather patterns better to understand where prevailing event come from, possibly where you would want a natural shelter to avoid large dust accumulation on everything over a year time, for example, or several years.
Yeah, it seems to me that the civil engineering issues raise kind of questions about what kind of advanced infrastructure you would need to have in place before you put humans on the surface, even for a relatively short mission. Obviously you would want to have, it would be desirable to have, as you say, protected habitation,
Right.
but that would you would have to get there. So you would need to have surface mobility capabilities from the landing site, unless you had a prepared landing site, so
Right.
there seems to be a lot of issues around what infrastructure is most desired to have in place.
Yeah.
Which also raises the question about, do we go back to the same place multiple times, because that's where all the infrastructure is?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, in any scenario, definitely power infrastructure has to come with the first mission, or it is possible if the concept works out, to actually send a mission that actually implement infrastructure even before humans come there, like you said. So that could be a preparation of a landing zone to have a first landing that is safe. And beyond that, of course, the asset that was used for that could be available for a crew to operate, to make their habitation zone safer over time.
Clive, you look as though you've got a question.
I don't right now, but I have many questions. But especially from what I just heard. But that's for another time. I'll let Harkin go.
Okay, so let's move on. We can come back with more questions at the end, of course. So Harkin's going to address issues of weather on Mars in a very broad context. He's going to address the following questions. How good are we predicting weather on Mars? In particular, how good are we predicting dust storms? Why is dust storm prediction important? It seems kind of logical, if you've got landers on the surface, human crew, etc. How far in advance do we really need to be able to predict dust storm formation? Is it hours, days, months, years? And how do we plan to mitigate the negative effects of dust storms? So also, how much do we know about the potential for microbial transport on Mars, potentially associated with the dust? And how does the radiation environment at the surface impact the potential for microbial transport? And finally, Harkin gets a lot of questions. Is weather prediction on Mars of more general interest, for example, related to other terrestrial planets? Hakan?
Yeah, thank you, Steve. These are really very interesting questions indeed. Now, about predicting the weather is difficult even on the Earth with the tens of thousands of sensors and many spacecraft we have circling the Earth. So just imagine how difficult it would be on Mars. So at this time, we really are not good at that. But hopefully at the time when we get people there and elaborates constructions, we will have learned a lot. So just to start about what do we mean by weather really? We can of course think about the traditional weather where we talk about high pressure, low pressure, high and low temperatures and variability and winds. But you also have other aspects like dust storms, of course, that are not part of the traditional weather forecast really. And then of course we have also the space weather, which is also affecting the people and everything down on the surface, which includes then energetic particles and ultraviolet light and things like that. But let's start now first with the traditional weather forecast. For doing that, to sort of kick this off, we are using general circulation models, the GCMs, which we call them. They're sometimes also called global climate models. Such models are originally derived from Earth-based models, and they predict the long-term average of pressure and temperatures and atmospheric dynamics. And they, of course, show then the effects of the day to the night variations and the seasonal variations. But as they are really showing the average over a long time, they are not really weather forecast models, but they're a good start for this. They can actually be used then for weather forecast if you also measure parameters on the surface and in the atmosphere, and you feed these measurements into the model in a process called data assimilation. And then eventually this becomes something more like forecast system. However, at this time, we don't have enough sensors on the ground that we can do this. So we have to really improve the number of sensors and spacecraft around Mars to be able to do this. And in that context, actually, European Space Agency, where I am, we are studying a concept now for a weather characterization mission, which we call Fahrenheit. At the moment, it is only in the early study phase, and we have included 4 landers and a low polar orbiter and an aerostationary orbiter, which aerostationary, of course, corresponds to geostationary in the Earth case, where it appears like the spacecraft hangs above a certain position on the planet continuously. So that would then hang over the landing site, more or less. So, so hopefully we will learn something from this mission, but that's quite far away in time, and it may evolve before we actually launch that. So on Earth, the oceans have a major effect on the weather and the large variability we have on the Earth. And of course, also Earth is a bit closer to the sun, so we have more input from of energy from the sun. On the other hand, on Mars, we don't have any oceans, we are further away. So one might think that predicting Mars weather should be quite easy because these big factors we don't have there. But instead, we have this very unpredictable thing of the dust storms. And we have them at different scale, really small dust devils. We have local storms, we have global storms, and anything in between. And they're all very unpredictable. So the big ones, the really big ones, the global dust storms that we see, they occur approximately, in average, every 3 Martian years, which is about every 5.5 Earth years. But it's very unpredictable. So it's not very regular. The last one, it took place in the summer 2018. That was just after, actually, TGO had arrived in its orbit. So that was very exciting because we could observe it. And we saw also how the dust is then heated up, and it heats up its atmosphere and increases the pressure at higher altitudes. So it has a very major effect. It lifts up water vapor into the atmosphere. So it has major effects on the atmospheric dynamics and atmospheric temperatures. So that's something we want to learn more about. This is also what this mission is supposed to do. We will try to learn more about how are these dust storms actually triggered, and how are they maintained, and how do they eventually evolve and disappear and lay down, settle. So why do we do this? Yes, apart from the predicting the weather, of course, it's really important to know when these storms come. Even a small storm can be pretty annoying because obviously what happens in the atmosphere is that it gets very dark down on the surface. And the first thing you notice then is that the electrical power generators you have that use solar panels, they they just don't get enough light, so you get less power. And then they may also actually deposit dust on the solar panels. So even when the storm is gone, you still have a much less electrical output from these panels because of the dust laying on. So you have to sort of figure out a way to clean them from dust after a dust storm. So that's really very important. And we've seen that also in the past missions that they actually have died more or less from these effects. So of course, it's also important for the humans because dust may get into mechanisms on the surface, and they may even get into the habitats of the astronauts, and they may get into the air cleaning system. So it's very fine dust. So it's very something really want to stay out of your habitat. A third point is that during the entry, descent, and the landing, when you arrive at Mars, if you have a big dust storm going on at that time, you have sort of inflated the atmosphere. So you have a completely different environment where you're entering into. So it probably will be very useful to know more about that at the time when you come there, to more optimize your trajectory for arriving down safely to the surface. Now one can think about how far in advance do we need to predict these things, and of course that all depends on the kind of activity and the severity of the storm. So we have not looked in detail really to classify these different things, but it's of course clear that we don't want to take a large endeavor to travel for many tens of kilometers away from the landing site with a sort of a Mars car if we know that a big storm is coming up. So we certainly would stay indoors until that has passed. So that's sort of one example. But even if you're just with a manned activity right outside your habitat and doing something and these storms are coming, it's really very good to have some, at least as a minimum, a number of hours lead time when something comes up there. Even if it's only a minor thing like a dust devil, that could be quite disturbing. So concerning then the wind, what is important then for microbial transport on Mars, we really don't know very much about that, because the microbes are usually attached to some grains. They usually don't fly around by themselves. They're attached to a grain and they're transported with the winds. But the local winds, we don't know how they are behaving really near the surface. That's also something we're going to try to find out with this concept mission we're trying to design now. So that's an important aspect too. Then we have, of course, limited lifetime of these microbes once they get up in the atmosphere, but not so much because of the radiation environment that is harmful for humans on a longer perspective, like several months or so. These are ionizing radiation from X-rays from solar flares, or energetic charged particles from coronal mass ejections, or cosmic rays, for example. But rather it is the UV light from the sun which is acting as a disinfection and kills actually these microbes very quickly, unless they are protected. So it depends on how they move. If they are ejected from the surface where they've been protected during the night, they can probably move quite far before they are actually encountering UV, and then they just in a very short time can be destroyed. But if they land somewhere remote from the site where they were ejected, then again end up in the shadow, they possibly could continue with a life for a longer time. So this is something we really need to study more carefully, because of course we want to protect areas on Mars and not contaminate it with Earth microbes in case that we have interesting things that we want to explore and find evidences of perhaps past life on Mars somewhere. We don't want to find what we have actually brought to Mars ourselves. So that's an important point. Then in the larger perspective of comparative planetology, which one of my great interests is, why is then it's important to understand weather prediction on Mars. I think that if you look at the Earth and compare Earth, Venus, and Mars, which are sort of the three major terrestrial planets, of course, together with Mercury, but Mercury doesn't have an atmosphere. But there's an amazing difference between Venus, Mars, and Earth in terms of surface pressure, a factor of 100 less at Mars and a factor of 100 more almost at Venus, and huge temperature differences. And if one can set up models that can be so robust that they are trying to predict correct results on all these planets, one would benefit really in robustness of these models. So I think that's something that I think is very exciting to look into for the future. Not easy though, but it's something to try to do.
Okay, thanks, Hakan. What we might do is move on for the moment, and we do have a couple of questions that I will come back to after Clive, just to make sure that we have enough time at the back end. Passing on to my friend Clive, he's going to talk about how near-term activities at the moon can feed forward to Mars human exploration. He's going to address the following questions. How similar are the major challenges posed by lunar and Martian environments for human exploration? How is robotic exploration of the moon helping enable us to meet such challenges? And what applicabilities are there for enabling human exploration of Mars? It's noteworthy that a recent report from the Office of the Chief Scientist discussed the exciting potential of human crew member extracting ice cores at Mars. Does this have applicability at the moon? And if so, what are the challenges doing such operations, and how can the moon be used to enable such exploration of the subsurface? Clive.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to be reasonably brief because we're getting close on time. And I'm going to start off by saying, in terms of human space exploration, the moon and Mars are the same. They have environments that will kill humans, and the humans will need to be protected from dust, as we've heard from Hakan and Laurent. They will need water and oxygen to be able to survive, and we have those in spades on Mars, from high latitudes, maybe mid latitudes, as Tomo was talking about, and we also have those on the moon. The humans will have to be protected from the radiation, and they'll also have to be protected from micro and macro meteoroid bombardment. So when you look at what's needed to allow humans to survive and thrive off planet, the moon and Mars are pretty similar in the broad sense. When we get into the details of a thin atmosphere versus an exosphere, thin atmosphere on Mars, exosphere on the moon. You have the thermal extremes of lunar night, lunar day that are tempered out at Mars. So there are thermal extremes, but they're not as extreme. But either way, the humans will have to, or the systems that go there will have to protect the humans and isolate them, whether that be the spacesuit, whether that be the habitat. So in terms of the similarities, I think the moon and Mars are very similar, which means by going to the moon first, and a good friend of mine, Paul Spudis, wrote a book on it, and I shall summarize his book. Why do we need to go to the moon? And I'll do that very quickly. It's close, it's interesting, and it's useful. It's close by, whereas Mars is a little bit further away. So we send humans to the moon to learn to live and work productively off planet, so that we don't kill them when we send them out to Mars. That's critical. If we want to have a sustainable human Mars exploration program, we need to ensure that we can send them there, we can keep them healthy, and we can bring them back safely. Because these days we are much more risk averse than we were during Apollo. So having this moon, as Kraft Ericke said, if God wanted us to be a spacefaring species, he'd have given us a moon. And we have our laboratory in our own back garden, relatively speaking, where humans can learn to live and work productively in a very hostile environment that can then be translated out to Mars. So the synergies I see, and this is why I think it's important that the moon and Mars communities talk with each other and collaborate, because the challenges we face in having sustainable human space exploration at both the planetary bodies are pretty much the same. We need to keep the humans alive. We need to be able to live off the land and use the local resources. And as I say, both the moon and Mars are scientifically interesting, which is the ice core aspect. Because there's ice on the moon, and does that contain the building blocks of life that seeded the inner solar system during the purported late heavy bombardment? Well, the materials there, we need to go core it. We need to bring those samples back. Can we develop such technologies to do that on the moon that can then be transferable to Mars, knowing that the transit to Mars is much longer? That is going to be a challenge, but we have a laboratory in our own backyard that we can use to do that, to not only inform science, but exploration and potential commercial involvement. And that brings up the sustainability issue of having humans to the moon and Mars. How do we make this sustainable, and what is our definition of sustainable? Now that's a whole other issue, but I will say that the resources at Moon and Mars will be the foundation for a sustainable human space exploration program to both planetary bodies. And with that, Steve, I'll leave it so that we have time for a few questions.
Well, thank you, Clive. Actually, what I would like to do, I want to pick a question or so from that have come up from the audience, and then step to a couple of questions to all of you about how, just getting you thinking, how robotic helpers, how do robots work synergistically with humans in the various aspects that we've been discussing today. So before that, first I'll ask this question: will the first humans on Mars stay at the lander, like the lunar missions, or will there be a habitat? Will a habitat be constructed, or inflatables be used as it's a matter of almost 2 years? Well, kind of depends. It could be 30 days, or it could be a year. It's still not an insignificant amount of time to be living in a tin can. So perhaps, Laurent, that I think was directed at you originally. I'm sure Clive has an opinion on that one too.
Yes. So the plans are not formulated very specifically, and you're correct. They depend on the duration of stay. But one thing to remember is that whatever habitat you have is going to have to really protect that crew from radiation. One of the issue that you have, for example, with spacesuits is you cannot really put a lot of radiation protection on them, and then if you start looking at the materials that are involved to afford very long-term good protection for radiation on the Martian surface, you quickly run into problems of mass, of launch mass from Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So using local resources to actually augment that radiation protection is a very good thing. No matter what you do, it's hard to imagine, burying a lander, but especially if that lander has to come back home. But a habitat on the side or taking advantage of surface features is important. There's an interesting 2018 paper by Robert Moses that people should read about that.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a comment, Clive?
Well, I just think that as a geologist, I could spend 30 days looking around a lander and be very productive. But if you're there for 2 years, then I think you're going to be looking at, you may want to branch a bit further out and maximize the time, the humans. You have to remember, though, that when the humans get there, they're probably not going to be in their most productive state.
Mm-hmm.
And it may take some time for the humans to get up and build back up to being back in at least partial gravity rather than being in microgravity for the time that it takes to get out there. And that's something that we can't ignore, as we need to keep humans alive, but we need to keep them productive. So reconditioning is going to be critical.
Yep. And of course, basically, as we learned from Apollo, astronauts getting in and out of a tin can with their suits on has a way of kind of filling the can up with dust over time, which is not terribly pleasant, if not terribly healthy. Anyway, we've got about 3 minutes to go. So let's just quickly step through. So perhaps start with Tomo, and then Hakan, Clive, and Laurent for kind of closing statements on how robotics fit in with human exploration. Tomo?
Yep. So last words, I would say that the subsurface is a key word for the future exploration of Mars, and the subsurface is still a mystery. and new front Mars. So conventional mapping tools of the previous tools of the visible infrared spectrometer have given us a nice data set with a high spatial resolution mapping, but it reflects just a very thin surface veneer comparable to its wavelength of microns each. So we need next generations and new tools, which could be the longer wavelengths, the mapping tool, and then also reaching us to a new frontier of the subsurface world that could be. This is a robotic missions, and but it's the good reconnaissance for future human exploration. This is
Thank you.
what I want to
Thanks,
say.
Timo. Hakan?
The last word.
I think if I just pick one thing, a very useful thing is that humans could actually deploy weather stations on suitable places, which are not easy to pick from distance remotely. So that could be very useful for not maybe forecasting weather, but actually measure the state of the weather at any time. So I think that's a very good thing.
Okay, thank you. Clive, last thoughts?
So I think autonomy. You're going to pre-position assets that the humans can use. When the humans land, they don't want to sandblast the assets. They need to, so a landing launch pad needs to be constructed. Okay. Autonomy.
Thanks, Clive. Laurent?
Yeah, and I would add to this that just like on Earth, we, if you want to survey a site like this and understand it, you would have an army of graduate student in geology to send over there for the summer. And what we have are robots, and they're getting better and better in space exploration. So we need to use them early, now, in the next decade, and during the human missions.
Thank you. Well, I would like to thank our panelists for their perspectives today. It's been great. Thank you very much. And I also like to thank Explore Mars for hosting this panel and for organizing the Humans to Mars Summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello and welcome to Earth, Moon, and Mars, Building a Sustainable Path to Mars. I'm Joe Cassidy, Executive Director for Space at Aerojet Rocketdyne and Executive Vice President of Explore Mars. And I'm excited to be moderating this panel today. We have a really excellent panel. Let me introduce you to our panel to tell you how we're going to build that path for humans to Mars in the 2030s. First up, we have Marie Antoinetta Perino. Maria is Director of the Space Economy for Exploration and International Network at Thales Alenia Space, Italy. And next we have Naoki Seto, JAXA Space Exploration Center Director for Space Exploration System Technology Unit. And finally, we have Chad Davis from Northrop Grumman. He's the Senior Manager for Human Spaceflight Integration and Operations. I would just kick this off by saying I think a lot of folks right now are a little confused as to what kind of activities are happening today We have work going on to develop new life support systems on the ISS. We're doing a lot together, NASA, ESA, JAXA, in terms of planning the Artemis program. And I think it's hopefully today we can help you connect the dots and see how that's all getting us ready to prepare to send humans to Mars. So at this point, I'm just going to turn it over to our three panelists and let them set the stage, and then we'll come back and discuss how we're working to build that sustainable path to Mars. So let's start with you, Maria.
Thank you, Joe, and thanks for having me on this panel today. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation with the other colleagues. And the topic is of great interest to all of us and to humankind, I would say. So I like to share with you what we in Europe, and in particular in my company, are doing to prepare this path that is going to bring humankind in the stars, starting with the orbit around the Earth, the orbit around the Moon, on the Moon surface, and finally traveling to Mars. So you mentioned, Joe, that the topic of this conversation is specifically to build a sustainable path to Mars. And we, in our company, like to do that, keeping an eye on the fact that we have to contribute to maintain a sustainable life on Earth. So we look at the stars, but always focus on the terrestrial needs. We start from the space station. In fact, the International Space Station is precisely the place where we learn how to permanently live and work in space. And so to build a sustainable path, we need to start precisely from the initial steps. And the International Space Station, in fact, we believe that is key to prepare and to help developing the capabilities to meet the next destination. Why that? Because we can exploit the lesson learned that we got from the in-space operation of all the International Space Station elements, pressurized modules, payloads, logistic operation, extravehicular activities. Another big help that can come from the International Space Station experience is that we can develop new technical solution to meet the new challenges to operate in Moon orbits and on the surface of Moon and Mars by improving material, by, for example, using lighter structure, by incrementing the modularity of our system. For sure, we need to develop regenerative life support system. Also, the International Space Station is a perfect test bench where we can validate the technologies before we can plan and use them further on the Moon or on Mars. And last but not the least, the International Space Station is the place where we can develop and increase our knowledge related to the fact how can humans can live in space. And we need to understand which are the gaps in this knowledge that we need to fill to make the future mission possible. What Europe can, bring on the table, because for sure exploration is an international matter. We need to really get together and join all the capabilities that were developed by the different partners. So in Europe, we believe that we have a strong heritage related to in-orbit operation. We developed many of the elements of the International Space Station, like the nodes, the Columbus Laboratory. We developed Cupola, in fact, in our company. And we perform many logistics activity And to sustain that, we needed to develop many logistic modules like MPLM, ATV, Sinius, that is very dear to our company. And we also learn to operate scientific payloads and experiments. So I wanted to put, in these charts all together, also in a sort of visual form, this sustainable path, because for sure exploration will be, and in fact it is already a step-by-step process. And so from the International Space Station to the Gateway, which are the logical steps? We need to exploit whenever possible the proven designs that will have to be customized to meet the new mission requirements. So, for example, from a structural point of view, we will need to size the elements to lighter target. We will need to use new materials. For example, we are working now with acrylic material for the windows. We will take benefit of the experience developed, for example, with the ATV to operate the Orion European Service Module. Obviously, we will need a new development that will be good for the new lunar harsh environment. So, new thermal system, new radiators, protection against the micrometeoroids, and so on. Another important learning point, we will have the possibility to apply the techniques that we are currently using from the International Space Station, like, for example, telerobotic operations that will be key to operate elements on the lunar surface from the Gateway, for example. We will have to master 3D printing activities, both in orbit and on the moon. We will have, for example, to take benefit of the key factor we adopted for redundancy and safety issues. And then the next step from the Gateway toward the moon surface. So the need, the ascent is on a more modular system, more autonomous system. We are farther away from Earth, so the elements will need to operate by themselves whenever possible. So as said, robotic operations, different environments, but we will discuss that, I believe, when we will talk in our panel. A longer presence of people in deep space will demand new solutions for radiation, for life support, as said before, and so on. And then next step, Moon and Mars. So moon exploration in a sustainable ways means that we will have to exploit the heritage and the capabilities that we currently know much farther away, so much farther beyond low Earth orbit. And we will carry on us the beautiful experience we learn in working in an international and cooperation environments. So for that, we will also collaborate with new players, even small companies, but with specific technologies. And so there will be the need to develop a more agile and spread supply chain. And then the last part of this slide recalls the fact that Moon can have a strong validity point as a potential prototyping place where systems, technologies, operations can be tested before we consider to realize that on Mars. So key issues: robotic to human interaction, landing techniques, mobility on surface, protection from environment, new power system, including nuclear. There is a lot of talking, not only talking, there are many activities on this topic in these days. Habitability issues, new habitat solutions, for sure exploitation of local resources, and to better know the places where in the near future we will live and work. For sure we need to get samples, bring them back to Earth to know these new planets better.
Okay, thanks, Maria. That was a wonderful. Oh, that was a wonderful overview. And I forgot to mention earlier in her introduction that Maria is, of course, an old friend and colleague, and it's wonderful to have her today on the panel. From Europe, let's move to Japan and hear from JAXA. So, Sato-san, would you like to share with us your thoughts?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here, and I have been working for this international space exploration area for about 15 years. It was very exciting, and I hope that will be further excellent and exciting program. So I'd like to make a presentation how JAXA see the Mars exploration. Okay, this is a very informal view for the human Mars exploration. So roles in the human Mars mission with the key technologies, and also the play key roles in its precursor mission as well, robotics missions. And we are going to demonstrate the key technology in the international lunar missions. And also, it is very important to perform the top science on Mars to contribute the advancement of humans' intelligence. And by those contributions, we'd like to send Japanese astronaut to Mars. Next chart, please. So I'd like to talk about what we are going to demonstrate the key technologies. Please click one more. Yes, this is the gateway. So for the gateway, Japanese government has already committed to participate in the gateway by providing the key technologies such as the habitation technologies, and also the logistics missions to the gateway. So through these missions or capabilities, we are going to demonstrate the free generative eclipse and also the health management. And for the during the logistic mission, we are going to demonstrate the autonomous rendezvous and docking technology, which is very important during the Mars mission, I believe. And for the eclipse technologies, we are targeting the full regenerative eclipse, but also we are targeting to reduce the consumables and the spares as much as possible, because during the Mars mission, we should make it make the spares and consumables very less volume and weight. Next chart, please. Okay, the next one is the traversing technologies and the exploration technologies. On the left-hand side, we can see the LOPEX, which is a lunar polar exploration mission. This is still under the pre-project phase. It's about to the project. In this mission, we are going to demonstrate the capabilities to search for the water and other resources, and also some technology for the science observation. So I believe these are also very important and to the Mars mission. And next, sorry, at the right-hand side, this is the traversing capabilities. As you know, we are collaborating with Toyota to develop the pressurized rover. So I believe this is very important key technology on the lunar mission and also Mars mission. Next shot, please. So the third one is the landing technologies. In the left-hand side, you can see the SLIM. This is already in the project phase, and I believe the past CDR, and it's scheduled to be launched in 2023. This SLIM mission is going to demonstrate the pinpoint landing technology and also the hazard avoidance. And we are now in the mission formulation phase for the mid-size lander, which is very bigger than SLIM lander. It's about the 10 tons, around 10 tons. And we are also enlarging the thrusters to the, maybe it's going to be a cryogenic engines. Next chart, please. So this is the last page. This is very conceptual phase, but we are also researching the ISRU technologies, and transportation, and also extraction and electrolysis and the liquefaction, mainly to convert the water to the rocket fuel. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sato-san. That was very good, and I appreciate the very thorough presentation. So now we'll come a little closer to home and come back and hear from Chad Davis at Northrop Grumman. Chad, you're on.
Thank you, Joe. Hello, as Joe said, my name's Chad Davis. I'm from Northrop Grumman. I'm a senior engineering manager at Northrop, supporting the space sector in our human explorations office. So if you could bring up my slides, please. All right. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak at the summit and participate in the panel today. Sustainability is exactly the core behind what we're doing at Northrop Grumman on the HALO program for the Gateway. For those not familiar with HALO, it stands for Habitation and Logistics Outpost, and will be the first habitable element for the actual Gateway itself. The Gateway is a small space station that orbits the moon that provides vital support for sustainable, long-term human exploration for the lunar surface, cislunar space, and eventually deep space exploration. We're building HALO as part of NASA's ARTEMIS program, which will land the first woman and the next man on the moon in 2024, using innovative technologies to explore more of the lunar surface than ever before and establish sustainable exploration by the end of this decade. NASA will then use the knowledge to the next giant leap of sending humans onto Mars. So next slide, please. HALO overview is very similar in conjunction with what's being built by the European Space Agency, the International HAB module, the IHAB, which will provide the temporary living quarters for the 4 astronauts who will work in cislunar space and prepare for the lunar surface missions. HALO will also provide payload accommodations, external robotic interfaces, voltage power will be regulated through the PPE to support HALO. HALO will have sustainable ECLS systems, and then of course support the logistics storage for the crew for up to a 30-day mission. Halo has 3 visiting docking ports, which will host the lander as well as the logistics vehicle and then the Orion vehicle. So initially, the primary function for Halo is to house the astronauts, to give them a place in cislunar space as they prepare for their surface visit. It supports the crew for the 30-day period, whether they be on the Halo or the return from the lunar surface. It's providing the command and control center and the data control, as well as energy management, power and energy management and thermal control, as well as communications and tracking from the Halo of activities on the lunar surface, and also acts sort of as a relay station using part of the comm system provided by the IESA. Halo features the 3 docking ports, 2 radial, 1 axial, and those will allow for the Orion vehicle to visit, as well as I mentioned before, the logistics vehicle, the lunar lander. And once the vehicle expands, it has the IHAB attached to it, which you can see in the lower left picture. It'll serve as that axial port will serve as an interface to grow the gateway itself, as well as the radial ports have the option to add additional modules. As you can see, the Esprit refueling port on the sort of the right forward side of the Halo module. Halo will utilize critical subsystems like environmental control and life support, or known as ECLSS, thermal control systems, CNDH, the computer and data handling, fault isolation detection recovery systems, EPS for the electrical power, and then of course crew systems and human systems interface, HSI, to help during this design phase for the gateway, to make sure it's a safe home for the crew once they're on board. And we'll use all that to gain our experience in cislunar space with these subsystems, because that's paramount for what the designing for the future systems that'll have to be more sustainable and independent for journeys to Mars and to the surface of the moon for extended periods, as well as to surface to Mars eventually. Next slide. So in summary, designing the Halo, the primary is understanding and maturing the technology for the life support systems, the avionics, the thermal controls to meet the 15-year life expectancy of the gateway and the Halo vehicle itself. But that's also expanding our capabilities with respects to how we maintain it and design its longevity to support long missions whenever we venture out into the deep space for missions to Mars and so forth. We're partnered with NASA to develop these technologies, and our international partners as well, to help us bridge that gap. I see Halo as sort of the staging point, the train station, so to speak, that gives us the ability to step out onto the lunar surface, to learn what it's like to live a little bit further away from Earth than we have been on the ISS, and then obviously use it as a building area to build up our vehicles that'll eventually take us to Mars. So it has a large responsibility and basically a huge stepping stone into the cosmos of what we can do in human exploration. So that concludes my slides.
Thank you, Chad. So at this point, I want to thank everyone for those very fine presentations, and I hope that our audience now has a little better idea of what we're doing now that is going to help us prepare to build this sustainable path. I'd like to kick off the discussion with just a few questions here for everybody on the panel, and you can just chime in. What are the main ways in which the moon can help us learn how to operate in a deep space environment to prepare for Mars? I think you've all mentioned some, but I guess I'd ask you maybe your top 3 or top 2. What are the things that you feel are the most important? Want to start, Maria?
Well, yeah, first of all, let me compliment the beautiful presentation by Chad, sharing a very good news with our audience. In fact, we are very proud. We've been proud for many years to collaborate with Notre Dame and also for ALO in this case. We are building the primary structure and the micrometeoroid protection. So the good news, guy, is that work is in progress. We are really building HALO. And also, as Chad mentioned, we are already working at the IAB development and also SPRI. In fact, Thales Alenia Space in Italy is prime contractor. We got the contract for IAB. And Thales Alenia Space in France got the contract for Esprit. And so there are many ongoing activities on this topic all over the world. Sato-san also mentioned the important contribution by Japan. So coming back to your question, Joe, which are the three important points? My opinion, the first one is not only a technological matter, but is also a psychological, human-related matter. So for sure, Gateway and the Moon will be instrumental in, how can I say, making people used to see the Earth from a certain distance. And this is not so easy because every time the astronauts are on board the space station and they miss home, they can simply go to Cupola, that is our jewel for our company, and they look outside and they see home. They can recognize features. They see rivers, mountains. So they perceive inside that they are not too far away. When they will be on the moon, the view will be different. And even more so when they will be in transit to Mars. This is one of the many reasons why we devote a lot of attention and care, really care, when we design the new habitat solutions, because we believe that it's important to carry on a sort of human-centric design approach, where the human being with his, physical and psychological needs have to really indicate the right, let me joke, the right path to Mars. And so we really want to do our best, at least to offer them a comfortable environment, given the fact that they will be, our hero, traveling for the first time so far away.
Thanks. Oh, that's wonderful. Sato-san, your thoughts, please.
Mission. There is several aspects which is more severe than Mars mission. For example, the Moon doesn't have the atmosphere, so that's why I think the summer control system is a little bit difficult to design for Mars, for Moon rather than Mars.
Yeah.
So I think this is maybe it's the best way to demonstrate on the Moon for the thermal control system, and also the night survival capability. On the Moon, the night is very long, and such survival capability is very severe than Mars. So I believe that it's very good demonstrate the demonstration place than Mars. And for the traversing capability of technology, the Moon is very low gravity, So I believe that the low gravity is more severe than for the propulsion technology. So it's very good opportunity to demonstrate such a capability on the moon.
And so therefore you believe if we can do it on the moon, that will translate well to traversing capability for Mars. We'll be able to pick that up and take that to Mars.
Right.
Excellent. Okay, thanks. Chad, your thoughts?
Yeah, I really follow a lot in similarity with what both of the panelists have already said from the perspective. I think the lunar exploration gives us the opportunity to really test out our systems. Obviously, the lunar regolith, the dust, it's going to be very comparable on the Mars surface, how to deal with those kind of things. The radiation environment, how we, decide what we think's rad hardening today, what that really looks like for cislunar space after we've had the gateway out there for several years of operation, as well as something near and dear, logistics, how we develop that logistical plan to support not just so many couple of hour rendezvous to a LEO vehicle, but something that takes 7 days to get to for the moon helps us develop our strategic logistics planning so that we can really understand how that longer distance impacts the logistics and supply chain activities, because obviously it's an order of magnitude greater for Mars. So I think all of those are going to be very critical takeaways as we earn our bruises on the lunar surface, learning how to operate in that further away from home and that more harsh environment than we currently do today on the ISS.
Yeah, that's a point I wanted to pick up on. You brought up the radiation environment, and our experience to date is extremely limited with Apollo, I guess, having had only 12 people outside the Van Allen belts, right? I mean, I think that's the key thing is ISS is still down kind of under the Earth's magnetosphere, gets protected to a certain degree from the background radiation in space. So this is going to be our first chance, isn't it, to really get experience for humans, for the systems that are going to have to operate for a long time to go to Mars. And I'm sure that's part of what you all are thinking as you're developing these systems, as you described with HALO, for instance, and for the IHAB, and even the surface systems on the moon are going to have that same issue with, long-term operation and both a harsh thermal as well as the radiation environment. So, any thoughts about how you're going to work in that radiation environment? What does that mean to the development of the systems that you're working on?
Yes, I don't know if you can show, if I can share my screen. Okay, for sure, radiation is one of the many issues we deal with for the new habitats we designed for deep space. I wanted to share with you these pictures because, in fact, we are designing, how can I say, new internal layouts that can be reconfigured by the crew according to their needs and moods also. And as for radiations, we are making use of water walls. So we plan to use water and other advanced materials to try to provide the proper protection to the crew members. And we as you can see here, we also like to offer larger habitability solutions, even if the structure, the external volumes are critical because they are smaller than for the space station. But thanks God, we have new technical solutions in these days. We have 3D printing, we have virtual reality, and so you see, if you compare the current internal layout of the typical International Space Station module with this type of new internal architecture, you see that there is a big step forward.
Thank you, Maria. So Chad, both you and Sato-san have mentioned the logistics aspects of supporting lunar operations and the gateway and surface operations. Could you comment a little bit on what some of the challenges are? I know both Japan and Northrop Grumman have both supported space station logistics. Could you compare and contrast between what it takes to do that for space station and what it's going to take for us to do that out at the moon?
Chad, you go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, some of the things that I had thought about as I was thinking through it was the fact that it's really going to be a key thing that we learned through the Cygnus program. We're on the 16th mission right now up to the space station, is the flexibility in the planning with respect to the manifest, what the space station, what the crew needs, what the science that's going up to the space station and so forth. And that's one thing that our team has learned over the past several years working the CRS program, is having that flexibility to support the logistical needs of the ISS, and then working within their planning mechanism to make it all happen in a timely manner. If there's one vehicle that has a slip to the left or right, then quickly pulling cargo from one to make sure it can go on another vehicle for whatever's critical to get up to the space station in a timely manner. So it really, in my opinion, comes to the planning aspect, which, back what I said previously, I think we're going to be learning through some probably painful lessons in the beginning of cislunar operations, but the planning aspect to it is going to be critical, because you've only got potentially one logistics mission for that entire year, or potentially over a 2-year mission, depending on how the budgets work out for logistics vehicles to come to the gateway and so forth. So you've got multiple drivers. So it's going to be really developing a solid planning system that allows you to develop the manifest, to understand what you're putting on the vehicle. When we were working next step, phases 1 and 2, the precursor to the HALO program, it was a lot of research was done in understanding, what we can put on a vehicle to place out at the gateway in advance of the crew arriving. And some of the discussions, for instance, was food. And after so much time in the radiation environment, it starts losing its nutritional value and so forth. So again, planning is going to be critical to make sure that you think about those kinds of things. Sparing is another item that was mentioned earlier. Those are the kind of things that you need to think about, what particular hardware that you have to keep up with, or that have, for instance, like the ECLA system, if it has filters or other items that have to be replaced on what you would consider a routine or regular basis, to make sure you have the right sparing for those particular items. And then obviously backup equipment, critical backup equipment that were to drive the sparing as well. So again, it's really going to come down to thinking out very methodically for this deep space planning approach on how we're going to keep the logistics chain going, so that it's a continual, perpetual motion to support the ongoing operations.
Sato-san, would you like to add to that?
Okay, I'd like to mention the technical aspect, technology aspect, the difference between ISS and lunar mission. So as you know, in the ISS program, we can use a GPS for the navigation system of the logistic vehicle. But for the lunar mission, we cannot use the GPS system. So we'd like to use other technologies such as range and range rate from the Earth observation, or other systems such as the more long distance sensor or something like that. So these are very challenging for us. So I believe that if we have the GPS-like system around the moon, it's very beneficial for us.
So that would be a future desire if we can build up a nav system that goes all the way out into cislunar space.
Right. Yeah, it's a little bit future, but we'd like to have that very near future.
Got it. Right. No, that's a wonderful point. And I think both of you bring up something which is kind of inherent in our strategy already, which is having multiple channels. And I know, for instance, we developed the replacement batteries for the space station. Those were all taken up by the HTV through JAXA. I think primarily because their lithium-ion batteries and their external, payload capability on HTV was quite desirable instead of being in a pressurized cargo situation. As everybody knows, who's flown on an airliner, you have to be a little careful with lithium-ion batteries and putting them in the cargo holds. So it's just, those kinds of things, having the ability to use the JAXA's capabilities, the capabilities that Northrop Grumman has already developed with Cygnus and other potential partners, I guess, having multiple places. Chad, you brought up the idea that if one is a little delayed, you've got the ability to switch and make sure that those critical items get there on time. And I also thought the point you brought up was really good too, about another aspect of the radiation environment out there is that you do have problem with the viability of both food and medicine, I guess, over time. So we have to think through all of those. And these really are great ways that the moon is helping us prepare for Mars. So,
for sure, food. No, I like to complement what you just said. For sure, food is a key issue, obviously, by human nature. And so I think that it's also important to look at the moon as the proper place when we can validate our capabilities to develop a small greenhouse, not obviously to meet all the nutrition requirements, but to complement what we can be brought from Earth, and also really to give a focus to the people living there that we can grow life. Right. And this is an activity that we carry on in our company. We had a recent experiment at the South Pole, where we, during the local winter, we managed to sustain with the production from a greenhouse, the crew there. So I think that food, we learned that from The Martian. Joe, you remember that the book, The Martian, went out precisely, the presentation was given how many years ago? 3, 4 years, maybe 5 years ago, in Washington. Precisely during the Humans to Mars conference. I remember that precisely. I lost the count of the years, but this is to say that we learn how important can be. Logistic is a must for sure, but it's really important also to develop somehow a self-sustaining capabilities to grow food on the spot there. And where is there? There is currently on board the space station. There will soon be on board the Gateway. There will super soon be on the moon surface. and in a super near future, Mars transit and Mars surface. So we build again this chain.
That's fantastic. Well, I can't believe it's been, our time is almost up. It's gone so quickly, but it's been a wonderful chance to chat with you all. And let me just offer each of you, Chad, I'll start with you, a last word.
Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be part of the panel and to sort of hear everyone's thoughts. And it seems like, you know, everyone, it's an exciting time, to Maria's point, working together with the Thalassania, building the Halo, actually seeing pictures of the hardware and so forth. It's always awesome. Always great to see the flight hardware coming together. Knowing that we've got a launch goal set out on the manifest to actually put Halo and get the gateway up and running. So really exciting times, and looking forward to you know, putting those first blueprints back on the moon again. So looking very forward to it all.
Okay, Sato-san from Japan.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. And we are very exciting about the moon mission and also the future Mars mission. And I presented many ideas or many possible contributions from Japan, but as possible roles. But basically, we cannot do them all. So I believe the international collaboration is always very important. So for the moon exploration, we'd like to foster our international partnership to the human Mars mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Maria.
Joe, what can I say to conclude? It's always a pleasure being involved in the activities of Human to Mars. For many years, I've been the representative of the internationals. You remember, Joe,
yes,
when we were discussing our common plans to go to Mars. Well, we are carrying on all together important steps to meet this objective, and the current journey will bring us together in orbit around the moon and on the moon. But we all know that it's a common intention to reach out Mars, and all together, as Sato-san and Chad and yourself mentioned before, all together we can make it. So international cooperation as the key to open the door, I would say.
That's a fantastic way to end it. And the only thing I would add to all of that is I hope that when we meet again next time in 22, maybe we can do it face-to-face instead of through the virtual means. But it's been a real pleasure. I want to thank you all once again. And I'll turn it back over to you, Wade.
Today from Tucson, Arizona. That is Pasco Yaqui land and Tohono O'odham land. So I just wanted to give an ancestral recognition to the land that I'm talking on. I am a co-founder of the nonprofit Taking Up Space. And what we do is we mentor Native American girls ages 9 to 12 years old, and we mentor them for 36 weeks in STEM. And after that, our capstone is we send them to space camp all paid for 6 days of an adventure where they get to pretend and be an astronaut for a week. Space exploration is very exciting. It embodies what the human spirit is, which to explore and to find new things out. And so a lot of times I feel that kids get bored with things, but because space and space exploration is cutting edge and the new sort of the new way to look at things, I think that brings excitement to the girls that I work with. They can see themselves contributing in some way that's bigger than themselves. And that's, I think, what is important about space exploration in general, is that it's not about individuals, it's not about countries, it's about everybody coming together and cooperating to do something bigger and to find something larger than us. So I think that that's what is exciting about space exploration. And I think that also lends into the girls' excitement. So that way they know that what they're doing is something that is happening now, but it's also happening in the future. They're, little 9 and 12-year-old girls who are Native American, and they're here to help build our future. So sharing our story is important, so that way other people can know that, yes, Native Americans still exist. Yes, they are doing things that are in the now and the present. There's not this outdated version of Native Americans, that they're on the cusp of exploring. And I'm actually hoping that one of our girls ends up being the first female Native American in space. We've had John Harrington is our first Native American in space, but we yet to have our first female Native American space. So that's what kind of we're hoping for, and we're pushing for. Even if the girls decide not to go into space exploration, just the fact that they have STEM in their background just gives them better equity. So regardless of what they do, they at least have some training to pursue a career that they want to pursue. Hopefully in space, but you never know. The problem solving, the critical thinking of how do we get up there? How do we do these experiments? And then what happens if it fails completely? It could be heartbreaking, but the lessons that you can learn, I think, is why Mars. Why Mars incorporates everyone coming together. So it just embodies human spirit, human endeavor, what it means to try really hard and to fail, and what it means to actually make it on there and have a little helicopter floating around Mars. So it's really interesting.
Okereke. I am a science communicator, and I have my platform Hip Hop Science, where I use music, entertainment, and comedy to educate on a wide variety of scientific subjects, all with the goal of encouraging more minority and youth involvement into STEM. For me, representation is key, and also getting more diverse voices into the sciences is also key. So this is an outreach platform, and I wanted to find a unique, entertaining way to be able to stimulate curiosity into our young future STEM leaders. And what not better way than to use music and comedy in education. So that's what I do with my platform, all with the goal of really more inclusivity and building more representation in the STEM fields. For anybody in general, really, is that curiosity, right? I mean, who didn't say when they were 4 years old, 5 years old, that they wanted to be an astronaut, right? I mean, I think that's the basic, most standard career choice of any 4-year-old, really, right? We all fall in love with Toy Story and Buzz Lightyear and all these different things, right? There's a curiosity that I think is innate within us at a very early age to explore the unknown. And one of the most unknown things is deep space. And I think that stems from just wanting to know more, right? We have this huge planet that we're still learning about every single day. We're finding new organisms, new wildlife, new discoveries, doing ocean explorations, all these different things. But we walk outside and we look up to the stars and we see these bright stars out there in the sky. We see the moon, and there's just this vastness of space that we just don't know about. And I think seeing that every day and being so close to it, but not being able to access it, gives us this mentality of wanting to know more. And I think for kids, that's something that's ingrained with us from a very, very early age, to look outside and want to know what's out there. And then being able to now venture into space exploration, astrophysicists, astronauts, whatever it is that will get you out there in space, astronomy, getting your telescopes. I think that intrinsic understanding and curiosity for what's out there and the beyond is what really gets us attached with space exploration. Mars is a worthy goal because it helps us understand what we have special here on Earth. And I think that would be probably the best summation of it. And that kind of goes hand in hand with a lot of space exploration, right? I think our curiosity of wanting to know what's out there and how some of these different planets came to be, it gives us a better fundamental understanding of what we can do to protect our own Earth. And with Mars being like, knowing that Mars is very similar to Earth at one period of time, really being able to see that dynamic of change over time and how that can better influence what we're doing here on planet Earth.
Good afternoon. This is Mike French from the Aerospace Industries Association, and I'm really excited to welcome our panelists this afternoon to talk about maintaining momentum. What can and should be achieved in the 2020s and 2030s as we look to the goals we've been talking about here at the Human to Mars Conference. Got a panel here with some really excellent policy leaders from the space community. And I'll just take a moment here, let them introduce themselves. We'll start off with Alicia Brown from NASA. Alicia, you can introduce yourself.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Mike. I'm Alicia Brown. I'm the Associate Administrator for Legislative and Intergovernmental Affairs at NASA. I joined the agency earlier this year in January. I can't believe it's already been almost 9 months. And before that, I was over on the Senate Commerce Committee, working in the space and science portfolio for the Democrats on the committee with my colleague Joel, who's also on this panel. I've also spent some time in industry and worked in the Senate on the staff of Senator Bill Nelson, who is now the administrator of NASA.
Great, thanks, Alicia. I want to pass it off to our next panelist. Very excited to have Patrick Finley from the White House, from the staff of the National Space Council. Patrick, if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mike, and
thanks for having me on the panel today with these incredible panelists. I feel like the least esteemed of the three. But as you said, my name is Patrick Finley. I'm the Director for Civil Space Policy at the National Space Council. I'm actually a detailed staff member to the council over from NASA, where I spent about the last decade working in the Office of International Interagency Relations, focused particularly on building international partnerships between NASA and civil space agencies across the world.
Great, thanks, Patrick. Not least, Joel Graham from Senate Commerce. Joel, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I'm Joel Graham, and I'm professional staff member at the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Handle the space portfolio, so all civil and commercial space for Ranking Member Roger Wicker.
Great. Well, thank you, Joel. Well, let's dive right into it. And I want to remind the audience that we really want to get to your questions as well. We've got some really great policy expertise here that represents both the NASA, the executive branch, and the Congress here with the Senate, as well as a lot of different jobs that the panelists have held that will bring a lot of background to your questions. So really encourage those questions, and we'll be jumping to them, as soon as they start popping up. But let me start here, which is, would love to get your take on where we are. There's always a discussion in the space community about goals changing, the analogy of Lucy pulling the football whenever there's a new space policy direction. I would like to get your sense, looking over, maybe the last decade or last certainly few years, kind of where you see us as a community and our goals and our long-term goals and the alignment there. Why don't I start with you, Alicia?
Yeah, so take a look at what our goals are now. We want to go explore the moon on the way to Mars. I think that, looking over the last 15 years, it seems like the Congress and the community has really coalesced around this goal. I think we have in, US code several times that it's our goal to eventually explore the solar system to get to Mars. And I think that that's, we've got the hardware actually in works to start our exploration of the moon. And when you take a look at where we are now compared to where we were 15 years ago, I just think we've made tremendous progress on the goals and on those pieces of hardware to make, exploration beyond low Earth orbit actually come to fruition here in the next few years.
Yeah, thanks, Alicia. How about you, Patrick?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what Alicia just said. And frankly, I think it's telling in the title of the panel here today, Maintaining Momentum. I think it's a great way to characterize the progress that's been made over the last decade plus. And I think it's really a perfect word that encapsulates it. Alicia touched on a number of stakeholder communities, especially here domestically, focused on whether they be legislative, executive branch, or an industry focused on having that horizon goal with Mars exploration, using it as a way to align priorities to make progress. But I would even broaden it beyond that and say, of course, it's also been consistent with discussions we've seen internationally as well. So it's remarkable, frankly, the amount of alignment there is at the long-term goal. And so, from that perspective, I think we're in positive shape in a harmonious way.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. And Joel, and maybe Joel, I'll let you speak for the entire U.S. Congress on this one, maybe.
Boy, that's a big responsibility there. Well, yeah. I can certainly speak for my little corner of it and our committee, but it's encouraging to see really the, as Patrick mentioned, this being called momentum, and that's really what it is. We've seen a consensus being built around the long-term goals and plans for exploration, and that's that's been building over the last few years. I think all of us have learned the lessons of things like the space visions for space exploration and the Space Exploration Initiative, the early 90s and 2000s, of those changing goals and flipping between moon or Mars and realigning those things, how detrimental that's been to our efforts. But I think it's encouraging to see the consensus that's been built around realizing we have to go to the moon to figure out how to get to Mars and keep humans alive on Mars and keep them healthy and thriving throughout that journey. I was very fortunate and proud to have done a lot of the work on the Senate's NASA authorization bill with Alicia when she was here at the committee. We tag teamed that and made it a fully bipartisan bill. And that actually does kind of support, it very much supports these goals of going to the moon, learning how to live and work there, extending that knowledge to deeper in the solar system, and eventually getting humans to Mars. Looking at of course, the STEPI report from 2019, pegged around the late 2030s, 2037, 2039 is sort of a target date for that. And I think if we can maintain momentum on Artemis and get the Artemis missions going and return humans to the lunar surface and begin those activities to live and work on the surface of the moon and set up that sustainable presence there, I think a late 2030s Mars mission could be feasible.
Yeah, thanks, Joel. And I think you mentioned the NASA Authorization Act, and I think maybe I'll just stick with you here, and all of our viewers may not be as deep into these things as maybe we all are here. But could you maybe tell us a bit about the importance of the Authorization Act? What the goal of that, how that fits with the idea of maintaining momentum, and maybe sort of prospects of how that looks.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. Yeah. So beginning in 2019, the committee set out and with then Chairman Roger Wicker, then Ranking Member Senator Maria Cantwell, and like I said, my colleague Alicia, we set out to write a new NASA authorization bill that would give the agency direction, would support the goals of exploration and science and aeronautics research and space technology and STEM education, all of the things that NASA is known for and does. That would lay out that roadmap for the agency and provide them direction and guidance. And so we did that in 2019. We did it in a fully bipartisan way. We did that with a ton of stakeholder engagement. One of the things that we made a point to do is to reach out to our entire space stakeholder community, and that's companies and university research institutions, and even NASA, and nonprofit organizations and trade industry groups, and say, look, what would you like to see in a NASA authorization bill? What are your thoughts on what the agency is doing, what it's doing well, what it might be able to do better, what the direction for the future looks like? And so we put out that call, and we ended up getting a ton of feedback, very positive feedback from all across the space ecosystem of suggestions, of ideas, of sort of guidance on what people think NASA should be doing and should be how that should work. And so we took all of that under consideration, distilled it into what we believe to be a very good, solid bipartisan package, and ended up passing it through the Senate at the end of last year. So it passed the Senate at the end of 2020. However, it wasn't able to make it through the House. And so we didn't end up getting it into law last year. So this year we turned around and I worked with Chair Cantwell's staff to put that bill into the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. This much larger sort of NSF, science, research, and development focused bill. Really legislation that, if passed, would fundamentally transform the U.S. R&D landscape. So it's the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. We put the NASA authorization bill in that, and so it has passed the Senate again as part of that package, and we hope we can conference something with the House there.
Can I add a few comments on that, Mike?
Yeah, absolutely. Alicia, go ahead.
I think what's remarkable about that Joel just took you through the latest NASA authorization that's worked its way through the Senate. It passed in December under Republican leadership. Republicans were in charge of the Senate. Of course, the Senate had flipped, going into this year, and the Senate then again passed nearly an identical bill under Democrat leadership. So I think it's really telling to show you that space is one of the few remaining issues that isn't really a Democrat or Republican divide. I think there's a lot of unity on, what our goals are, and a lot of working together to make those happen. And going back to even, the 2017 NASA authorization, which is the last authorization bill that was been signed into law, that was again done, really with bipartisan, writing the bill together. I was on the staff that time as a minority staffer, but we worked hand in hand with our Republican colleagues to get that bill written and passed. And a big theme of that bill, just like this latest bill, is continuity of purpose, something we hear over and over again. Certainly the administrator and the deputy administrator going through their confirmation hearings heard, from the Congress that we don't want to see big swings in what our goals are and what we're building. We want to actually pick a path, stay on it, and get somewhere. So that's been the resounding, message we've heard from the Congress, and I think we've heard that and have done that. We are continuing on our exploration of the moon on our way to Mars, using the same pieces of hardware that have been in development since Mike was over at NASA.
No, thank you, Alicia. And, and Joel and Patrick, we don't want to leave you out of this, right? But maybe, when we look at the Authorization Act, we consider what you both just shared here. Can we put to bed this idea that either party or administration is, choosing or picking between going to the moon or going to Mars, and that we're settled here on a moon to Mars framework? Are we beyond this, this or type framing? And so why don't Patrick, what about that?
You say the tough ones for me. I see. This is how this works today. I got it. Well, I would really just kind of harken back, to what Joel and Alicia both said. That continuity of purpose has also been carried through with the new administration. The Biden-Harris administration, very early days, in fact, it was early February, was asked a question. The press secretary was asked the question, I should say, about whether or not the administration would continue to support the Artemis program. And the message from the podium was yes. And that's because of the goals and ambitions of the program. Of course, to see first woman and first person of color to land on the moon as part of the Artemis program, but also to continue the momentum that we've been talking about, that have been building for a number of years, and maintain, our focus on our objective to continue to, build out the capabilities, conduct the science, develop technologies, and the operational sort of expertise required to continue to push further out into the solar system. And again, kind of harkening back to what Joel and Alicia were saying, our focus is on that continuity as well. As to whether or not the debate or discussion, especially in this town, is ever solved, ended, or complete, I can't say I could give you a positive answer with any definition, but maybe Alicia or Joel could add on.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. But I think. So I was looking at some of the questions here coming in. One sort of tying to a question here. Got a question on how commercialization and new different actors, broadened actors, affects the legislation side. And I think that, sort of think about that maybe perhaps on a funding perspective, right? So we're here near the end of the fiscal year. We've got a lot in the FY22 budget that's incredibly important to NASA's success. Maybe get a comment on, what do we think about the importance of that budget, for maintaining momentum, and some of the aspects about it that are, of particular importance. And maybe Alicia, I'll start with you, given that it's, the NASA budget we're talking about here.
Yeah, well, I mean, in general, I think obviously the commercialization of space is going to be a huge benefit to NASA and the government. There are just so many more players now in this space than even when I started working in this field, 10, 15 years ago. And that's going to allow us to do so much more. I think so many of our industry partners just have really innovative ideas about how we can do things differently, how we can do things more cost effectively. And that's going to help us because, the budget, we are very careful stewards of the taxpayer dollars. I think it's unreasonable to assume that NASA is going to double their budget anytime soon. So we have to be innovative and cost effective in how we're going to achieve our exploration goals. So I think certainly the commercialization of space and the entrance of a bunch of new players is just a huge benefit to the country.
What about, as we think about both the near-term and long-term budget here, there's quite a bit of activity going on right now with regard to several infrastructure packages. I know that's something that the administrators talked about, certainly something the Congress is currently working on. Could you tell us a bit about, maybe I'll start here with Joel, I know you're sort of deep into this. If you could explain to us, how does that infrastructure package potentially fit with NASA? How does it fit with some of the goals we're talking about here as far as maintaining momentum towards Mars?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So there's a few different things kind of going on in Congress, or that have been going on related to that. Obviously, there was the infrastructure package which passed a while back. And then reconciliation, of course, is kind of the most recent one we've been talking about. That's what everyone has heard about, the $3 trillion, top line numbers for that. There's, as I understand, the House has put some money in that bill, their version of that bill, for NASA infrastructure. And the truth is, I mean, NASA needs infrastructure improvements across the agency. There are buildings that have been around for a long time that need upkeep or replacement. And that's kind of what everyone thinks of. But also there's mission specific infrastructure, test stands, wind tunnels, manufacturing facilities, things that represent just vital national assets that we can't afford to let deteriorate or go unfixed. And so that's one of the things I'll be looking at. And of course, this does take place, even as bipartisan as space is an issue. It takes place within a much more partisan overall context. And so sometimes it can be difficult in these larger packages to really move the needle, just because of other concerns from members on sort of big picture political points, political ideas. So it's always a challenge. I mean, getting funding from Congress in general is always a challenge, whether it's yearly appropriations or a special package of some kind. But the truth is, NASA does need money for infrastructure. They need funding for, I mean, my goodness, the first one that comes to mind, we just had a hurricane rip through the Gulf Coast. We've had significant roof damage at the Michoud Assembly Facility, where we assembled the Space Launch System, the core stage of which is going to take our astronauts to the moon and eventually to Mars. And so we have to make the investments to upgrade and maintain and protect those facilities. Same sort of thing a little north of there at Stennis Space Center in Mississippi, which is in my boss's home state. That's where NASA tests its rocket engines, and so we have to make sure that infrastructure is maintained and upkept and is available not just for use by NASA but by commercial partners as well. That's what we've seen across the agency too, is that when we make investments in these infrastructure items, that has benefits across the space ecosystem. In many cases, a company that wants to come in and use NASA's unique capabilities and facilities can do so. There are Space Act agreements or ways to do that, enhanced use leasing. And we've seen a lot of success in space companies. It lowers barriers to entry in many cases, because companies can utilize NASA infrastructure, things that the taxpayers have invested in, to further not just their missions, but also provide value to the agency and value to America's space exploration enterprise.
Yeah, no, thank you, Joel. And maybe Alicia, if you could, maybe help us connect the dots, right, between the budget, the requests, or your fiscal year budget request, and then the infrastructure package, which is a bit different. But I think at the end of the day, they both have important parts of getting humans past low Earth orbit. Can you tell us a bit about your thinking there and NASA's thinking there? How those two work hand in hand. Does the infrastructure package change how you have to think about budgeting in the future if you either do or don't get funding, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so kind of in the weeds thing here, but for the last 10 years, Congress has implemented caps on discretionary spending, which has somewhat kept NASA, while NASA has been able to grow their budget, it has limited us how much we can grow the budget. And because of that, I think there's just a huge backlog in some of our infrastructure needs. As Joel mentioned, we've got thousands of buildings. Many of them are from the Apollo era. Some of them, have holes in the roofs or other big issues. So the president's budget request for NASA this year was great. I think it was a 6% increase. But as we saw these opportunities that, Congress started to have conversations about how we invest in America to keep America competitive, I think it's very telling and important that a NASA authorization bill was included in the U.S. Innovation and Competitiveness Act, which was all about, staying competitive with China and some of our other international competitors, in the science and tech fields. I think it's really important that Congress said, hey, NASA is a part of this. Space is an industry of the future that we need to be investing in. So as we looked at, these unique opportunities going through Congress this year to get some additional funding in for NASA, I think the administration and NASA identified a few areas where we thought could be, really ripe for some investments. And of course, infrastructure was one of those. The administrator has discussed, that we have about $5.4 billion in shovel-ready projects across the country. Not just, some of the projects Joel mentioned down at the south, but I'd also highlight the Wallops flight facility out in Virginia. There's one bridge that takes some of our cargo payloads to the International Space Station, and that bridge is scheduled to be derated here in the coming years. So there are real brick and mortar projects like that that NASA needs if we're going to keep, having a robust exploration program. We've also talked about, investments in new lab facilities, robotics labs, or things where we're doing climate change research. We've also talked about, if there is a big new opportunity for significant new spending, and we're talking about competitiveness, the Congress could consider adding some additional money to the Artemis program to make sure that we can have a really robust lunar exploration program by the end of this decade. As everyone said, these things are still in the works. Nothing's done until it's done. I think the negotiations are ongoing, but we're very hopeful that NASA might be included in this at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, thanks, Alicia. So I'll get to some of the audience questions that we're getting in, and thank you. There's some great ones coming in here. So I'll start with we got a comment here on could you comment on the U.S.'s need to have a deep space heavy lift capability, and certainly why don't we talk about that in the context of maintaining momentum and obviously going to Moon and Mars. Maybe Patrick, I'll hand that off to you to kick us off.
Oh yeah, sure. Saying, Mike, great questions coming in from the audience. So I think the big piece here, at least from the National Space Council perspective, is that our objective, our purpose, is to try to help advise and assist the president on national policy and strategy related to space, and to try to put forth these broad and bold goals for the government, for the administration. As it comes to particular programs or particular elements, at NASA to help us articulate, the best technical solutions, and our colleagues on the Hill to help fund these exciting technologies that also have tremendous, input and tremendous benefit to the industrial base here in the U.S. So maybe that's a way of saying perhaps Alicia or Joel would want to weigh in particularly on the heavy lift.
Yeah, no, I'll go ahead and jump in. I think, it's critical. I mean, if we're going to be sending, humans to Mars, certainly to the moon, eventually to Mars, we are going to need a rocket that can take some very heavy payloads into space. Thankfully, we have the first iteration of that rocket. It's called the Space Launch System. It's down at Cape Canaveral, down at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Being stacked up for the Artemis 1 mission. I was fortunate enough to be down there with some of the NASA leadership a while back to see it in the VAB, in the Vehicle Assembly Building there, which is massive and impressive. And I don't think anything that size has been in there since the Saturn V, which is really a cool thing to think about. So NASA's stacking that up. They're preparing for launch sometime, I think, early next year, and that'll be Artemis 1, and that will be the first launch of our deep space super heavy lift capacity. After that one, I believe after the Artemis 4 mission with that, NASA plans, and Alicia can correct me if I'm wrong, but NASA plans to enhance the capability of that rocket with an upper stage that can take even heavier payloads, even deeper into space, and really expand the options, the mission options for this vehicle, and that's the exploration upper stage. That's going to fully realize the capability of this rocket. And as we move into what's that version, the Block 1B, and then the Block 2 versions, we're going to have a capability with that can meet our deep space transportation needs, can meet the agency's deep space transportation needs. And so absolutely, it's critical to have that. Certainly in looking forward to seeing that fly and seeing it take return astronauts, American astronauts to the moon and eventually to Mars.
Yeah.
I'll definitely foot stomp that. I mean, SLS and Orion are the backbone of our lunar exploration architecture. And I especially think once we can get the Block 1B up and going, hopefully by the end of this decade, I mean, you're going to see tremendous capacity to get more experiments, more astronauts up to the gateway, down to the lunar surface to do more science. I think it's just going to be an incredible capability for us.
Yeah. No, thank you all. Another good question, and I'll sort of frame it this way: question about how our international partners work with U.S. industry, and so maybe get your thoughts. Maybe we think about this in the context of our own, the U.S.'s efforts to build its international partnerships in exploration, and maybe some of the policy aspects of those partners also working with U.S. industry. Maybe you start with Patrick, from a White House perspective, how that fits. Is it probably, I imagine, very much a cross-government type issue?
Yeah, you just teed up a great one, and it's a wonderful question as well. And it makes me think in so many ways as we talk about our exploration objectives and ambitions for Mars, about how those activities start closer to home, closer to here on Earth. But the International Space Station in particular comes to mind with this question because what a great vantage point it's offered us to understand, so much about scientific research and technology development, but really on a partnership level, the really amazing things that we've done, both from an international and commercial partnership perspective. And I think, all those things, research, technology, but the partnerships especially are really the types of experiences that we're going to be able to leverage as we go further out in the solar system. And so looking again at that ISS example, and you see in particular the emergence of US private companies being able to provide transportation services to and from the ISS, whether it's cargo, whether it's crew. And you see the way that NASA and the US government has learned to, of course, it's much beyond the civil space application. Of course, national security implications to this are there as well. But you see the way the US government has been able to leverage technological and other advantages that have come to light from our commercial providers. And I think what you see across the world is tremendous attention on US entrepreneurs, US innovation, and the entrepreneurial environment that exists here in the United States that allows these companies to flourish. So what you have are cutting edge technologies. What you have are folks with bold and grand ambitions, and they're putting the workforce in place, and I guess I was going to say they're putting people to work to make some of these incredible things happen. So I think to the extent, to the direct answer to a question like that, to the extent it makes sense, right? All of these countries around the world have different and somewhat divergent national policies. And when countries can look to the United States as leaders, whether from a technological or from a rule of law or from a ease of doing business perspective, that's good for America. It's good for Americans. So my perspective is yes, countries around the world are looking at and using U.S. private companies to conduct space activities. We see evidence of it all the time. And again, I think it's a tremendous advantage that the United States has as we look across the international landscape.
Yeah, and actually, on this one, maybe Joel, I'll throw it to you, sort of from the Commerce Committee's perspective. I think an area where a lot of action is going on.
It is. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, that's a great point. We've already seen sort of, you talk about our international partners working with commercial industry, and I think the biggest and most recent example of that is the commercial crew program with. We had a JAXA astronaut, Soichi Noguchi, that went to ISS on board the Falcon 9 and the Crew Dragon with NASA's commercial crew. We had Thomas Pesquet, the ESA astronaut that just went up recently. And so our international partners are starting to use our commercial capabilities to access ISS. We see international payloads going to station through the companies that integrate those payloads and help facilitate that research on ISS. And of course, in the commercial world, we see U.S. launch companies launching commercial payloads, whether it's communication satellites or imaging satellites or others. We have U.S. companies launching those some of those payloads. So I only expect this to see this increase. It's a great thing. And even as we look toward deep space, as we look toward the moon, as we look toward Mars, I want to make sure from a congressional perspective and from a committee standpoint that we bring our international partners along in that effort. Recently, the ARTEMIS Accords, NASA's been working on, I believe we have 10 or 11 countries now that have signed those. And those, while they're a broad framework of principles, it doesn't mean necessarily that the countries are participating in ARTEMIS, although a lot of them are. It's a set of principles that sort of will guide activities around the moon and in deep space, and sort of an accepted set of norms. And so we've seen a lot of countries, or about 10 or 11 countries, sign on to those. And many of those countries are our partners that we look forward to working with as we go out into deeper space. I look forward to seeing, I believe, I believe the Artemis 2 mission, the current plan is to have a Canadian astronaut on board. And so could be Artemis 2 or Artemis 3. I'm maybe remembering that wrong, but I know one of the Artemis missions is already planned to have one of our international partners astronauts. And we would love to see that expand and continue. The Artemis program and our exploration program, this is not just going to be a U.S., certainly will be U.S. NASA led, but it will be an international effort and have international crew, and we'll be taking our international partners along. So I think we've seen, a great model for how to work with those partners with ISS. Certainly need to continue that. And as NASA looks to the future of low Earth orbit research, I think there will be a lot more opportunities for these partners to work with American industry, with U.S. companies that will be kind of taking over in some ways this LEO, as NASA develops the commercial LEO economy, these LEO research efforts.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting aspect of it. We always hear that, when we talk about the commercialization of space, we get pushback that, there's just really no market for this. But I think other countries are kind of, helping lead the way and prove that there is a market for commercial LEO or commercial space. Governments are one of them, and I think can help lead the way then to more and more interest from other commercial actors.
Yeah, and I'd say, just beyond exploration, I think, a lot of thanks go around to the folks in this call, for the work to look at things like FAA launch regulations or export control rules, these things that allow the commercial sector to do business, globally and compete just beyond, whether it's Moon or Mars, right? A lot of stuff, much closer to Earth. So I got a good one here for Alicia, the benefit of, I know my answer, but I'm the moderator. And so, the good question here of if a private company can, do something before NASA, right? Whether that's, going to Mars or, do a science exploration, really anything, right? Is that a problem or is that an opportunity?
Oh my God, it's an opportunity, of course. It would be super exciting for any human, I think, to get to Mars. And hopefully it'll be with a partner that we can be working with to make sure we can get NASA astronauts there as well. I think that the one challenge to that actually is the regulatory side that someone just alluded to. We don't necessarily have a government agency right now who can give a green light to go land on another planet. And I think that's something that we're going to have to figure out if we do want to allow commercial space to push further into the solar system.
That's a great point. And, you can't blame me here, Patrick. I mean, Alicia raised it, but, is that something the National Space Council is thinking about?
Well, I think, frankly, dovetailing or standing on the backs of the giants before us here, we're my boss, my new boss, Mr. Chirac Parikh, the Executive Secretary of the National Space Council. He was at Satellite 21 last week over at in National Harbor, talking about the role that different departments and agencies have in expanding, the application, if you will, of space activities. And he particularly emphasized the role and focus on the Department of Commerce as we move out and there becomes more and more increasingly viable commercial opportunities beyond low Earth orbit or beyond Earth's orbit, or excuse me, Earth's atmosphere. So, that's certainly the focus of our Space Council team in these early days under Mr. Parikh's leadership, to strengthen the role the Department of Commerce plays in this vein and through the Office of Space Commerce as we go forward. So I mean that's where our attention and focus is put right now, and obviously it's not an idea that originated here, but it's definitely one of those areas we're continuing to pursue.
Yeah. And for those in the audience, what Alicia and Patrick are talking about is under our international treaties, there is a requirement for the U.S. government to provide some authorization or supervision of activities that fall under that country. And so there's a policy discussion on that. Maybe Joel, I don't know if you have thoughts on what we call mission authorization or in-space authority. Thoughts from your end, from Commerce, from your perspective.
Certainly. Yeah. Thank you, Mike. It's certainly something we're looking at. Obviously, Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty details that ongoing oversight requirement. From a sort of current landscape where we are right now, one of the only agencies, and I say one of, that currently really has an ongoing regulatory oversight function over things that operate in space is really the Federal Communications Commission. They manage licenses for radios, they manage licenses for spectrum, and they continually oversee that. You think about FAA, well, to get a launch license, you do a payload review, and you'll have to go through, if you're a launch provider, go through and detail what that payload's going to do. But once that box is checked, that analysis has been done, it's done, and there's not really a go behind function necessarily, at least not spelled out very clearly. So there are challenges that we're going to have to meet and figure out in terms of what agency or agencies need to exercise this. How are we going to set up a regulatory framework to meet our treaty obligations, and what's that going to look at? We've got companies and capabilities coming online that we didn't have even 5 years ago. We have companies looking at things like on-orbit satellite servicing, and debris mitigation, active debris removal, and things that probably we can't comprehend right now, but will be coming online in the next few years. And so we'll have to find a way to work those into the regulatory framework to make sure that we're meeting our obligations and ensuring that these activities are that have room to grow and that we're fostering this growth, but at the same time making sure that it's done responsibly and sustainably. And so, yeah, it's things we're looking at. We're seeing some movement at the Department of Commerce with the space situational awareness, space safety, space traffic management functions. That was something that the Space Council with Space Policy Directive 3 sort of initiated, and we looked at that in Congress, and when Alicia was on the committee, and we said this is the right place for it. That needs to go to the Department of Commerce, and that's about making sure that the space environment is sustainable, it's safe, we can have an understanding of where satellites are and where they're going and how to avoid collisions, because just the nature, and I think anyone who sort of have a basic understanding of orbital mechanics knows in many cases, once that pollution, once the debris is up there, it's very, very hard to mitigate or remediate. And so one of the things with the increase in number of satellites, I think we just doubled the number of satellites in Earth orbit just within the past year. So as that grows more congested, as we have more satellites in orbit, and the economy, the space economy grows ultimately, this isn't a bad thing necessarily, but it's something that we need to be attentive to and make sure we're managing effectively and ensuring that the right policies are in place to promote safety.
Yep. So so we're, I'm thinking of Mr. Perlmutter's sticker of landing into Mars in 2033. But so let's work backwards from Mr. Perlmutter's. There it is. Yeah, exactly. Let's work backwards from Mr. Perlmutter's bumper sticker. But from a policy perspective, when we think about where we are today, which I think is an area of consensus from what we talked about earlier, what are the gaps, right? Is it funding? Is it technical? Is it policy? From this group, obviously from the policy seat that this group sits in, what are the things that you see that need to be tackled to ensure that continuity, to maintain that momentum looking ahead? And so maybe I'll start. We'll start at the White House perspective, Patrick, and then maybe move to Alicia from there.
Well, that's great. It's always my inclination to move to Alicia. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's a really interesting way you describe the problem set, right? It's like what are the gaps? Reference earlier our human spaceflight mission in the ISS. A really central part of what we're doing on the ISS today is focusing on trying to close technology gaps that exist today for supporting extended duration, long duration missions to planetary bodies like Mars. I think maybe one of the comments from the audience, but certainly top of mind for me is always closed loop life support systems. The types of resilient, reliable systems that you absolutely want to make sure have had appropriate development and testing before we move out of sort of the comfort of Earth's orbit and go into the really austere environment as we move further into deep space. So you look at the test beds that we have and those national goods that we have here on Earth, the ISS, and the type of work we're trying to look forward and move forward into doing in the Artemis program, on and around the moon. It's all integrated. It's all sort of has that common stream or common thread throughout. And really, you're hitting on precisely the number of we've talked throughout the discussion, I should say, on precisely the number of integrated activities that exist in each of these steps along the way in our exploration program. So, when I look at it, we started the discussion today with a remarkable policy alignment on the objectives of Mars exploration, the amount of stakeholder consensus that exists within it, and I certainly look to the vision as being in place. So from here on out, now we have technical, issues to tackle, and certainly sustained strong support from our legislative branch colleagues is part of making that happen. So maybe I'll leave it there and see if Alicia wants to pick up.
Yeah, I was looking around my office. I have almost nothing that I brought here other than the Perlmutter 2033 sticker somewhere. I think if we had like 100, Perlmutters out there telling the story of why we should go to Mars, it would be really helpful to NASA. There's so many challenges that remain in getting there, both on the funding side and on the technical side. But I'll just mention, of course, the transportation and the length of time it takes to get to Mars, I think, is one of the long poles in the tent that we're, having a lot of conversations around here about. The shorter the amount of transit time to get humans to Mars, the safer they are from a radiation perspective. And I think it seems like the greater chance that we can make sure that the mission is successful. So we have, had some small awards for nuclear thermal propulsion within the last couple of months here. And I think that that's something that NASA is interested in taking a look at, is how we can invest in these technologies to shorten the transit time to Mars.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Alicia. And so Joel, sort of ask you the question for gaps, and maybe the answer is you've done all you can. You've passed 2 authorization acts in 8 months, but I don't think that's it. So why don't I hand it off to you?
Well, no, thank you, Mike. And yeah, I'd like to back up what Patrick and Alicia said. There are definitely technical hurdles to doing this. Certainly keeping humans alive and healthy in deep space for long periods of time. With the Human Research Program aboard ISS, we've gained a lot of good information. We've learned a lot about how human beings and their bodies react to microgravity. But we need to keep in mind that ISS is still pretty much within Earth's protected magnetic sphere. And so we don't have a lot of we can extrapolate, I'm sure, but we don't have a lot of really hard data on what happens in long duration human spaceflight beyond that protective envelope. And so that's going to be part of any kind of a journey to Mars, is the cosmic and the galactic radiation that our astronauts will experience, and how we can shield and protect them from that. And a key point that Alicia raised is that we're going to have to reduce the transit time to Mars and back. Nuclear propulsion, we think, is one of those key technologies, critical technologies to doing that. And we're glad to see that NASA has made those awards and is rolling out on sort of working on those. There's some efforts, similar but different efforts on the Department of Defense sides for some of their purposes, as we've seen with DARPA and the Draco program. And so there's starting to be some momentum building within not just NASA, but DoD and other agencies, and DOE, Department of Energy, on how do we figure out these technologies? How do we put in place, solve these challenges to create a system that can move us around within our solar system a lot faster than we can, and a lot more, for further distances than we can with conventional chemical rockets. And so those are going to be, 2 of the transformative technologies. I know nuclear thermal propulsion is a very promising one. Some talk about nuclear electric propulsion too. Personally, I think nuclear thermal is probably, from what I've seen, a shorter development time frame, probably a more immediate realization of that. But we're excited to see what those technologies do, and so that's going to be key. Like I said, understanding how human beings the bodies react to long periods in deep space, and the radiation and the microgravity environment. And then even when we get to the surface of Mars, beyond 2033, when we actually try to do a landing, understanding how that partial gravity environment affects the body. We have the moon, which is a different gravity environment than Earth, obviously, but then Mars is a different gravity environment altogether. And so that's why it's going to be critical to do as much as we can at the moon to learn how these things work. And the other thing too is, as Patrick mentioned, kind of closed loop life support systems, and thinking about the water to drink, the air to breathe for our astronauts. If we can get to that water ice at the polar regions of the moon and use that, and take that with us, that's going to really transform our ability to bring our resources or get our resources in space and not have to bring them with us when we leave Earth's surface. And so that's going to be another key technology. So you have nuclear propulsion, we have the surface resource utilization at the moon, nuclear surface power as well. How to power our systems, once we get down to a surface posture, it's going to be a key technology as well. So there are a lot of things that need to be solved, certainly for a landing, but even for a flyby as well, and including whatever that deep space transport system would look like for doing that, which I expect at some future NASA in some future NASA authorization bill we'll have to speak to.
So as a big Moon to Mars fan myself, and I'm sure shared with this audience, what should we be looking for in the next 6 months or so as important policy milestones to gauge whether we're maintaining momentum or not? Do I keep an eye out? Is it the budget? Is it reconciliation? Is it the first National Space Council meeting? Sort of what are those things on the near-term horizon here that we should be paying attention to as we think about this maintaining momentum? I'll start with you, Joel. Let you keep going.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, just a few things just to rattle off. Number one, USICA, which includes our NASA Authorization Act. That's going to be key. If we can get a NASA authorization bill across the finish line, negotiated with the House to the president's desk, that is going to just, that's going to push things right along. I think that'll really help maintain that momentum. Obviously, the appropriations, it's kind of an uncertain picture as to what's going to happen this year with funding the government. Some think we're going to be in a CR type situation. I don't know, and my crystal ball's unfortunately a little hazy at this point to see what's going to happen with the yearly appropriations. But certainly hoping we can get that money for Artemis and to keep the momentum going on things like the human landing system and Gateway and the spacesuits. We're going to need those suits, and that's critical, and we're going to need to do that. And so getting that funding in place is going to be absolutely key to keeping that momentum going. And certainly also, you mentioned the Space Council, and we're looking forward to working with them and partnering with them and NASA, of course, in that effort to keep the drumbeat going and keep us moving forward.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. What about you, Patrick? What should we be looking for, in the next, sort of 3 to 6 months here to make sure we're maintaining momentum?
Yeah, just to kind of footstomp, what others have been saying, this is really a time for momentum. I mean, the timelines you're describing, in particular the next 6 months, are interesting, but we're talking about a series of activities going out a number of years as well. So certainly from a policy perspective, we believe that, we've got a solid foundation, policies that with the Artemis program are setting our country up for setting and then meeting those bold objectives from a human exploration perspective, and from an exploration perspective, both human and robotic. The Vice President's staff has talked about earlier this year a National Space Council meeting in the fall, and certainly part of the Space Council's activities to make sure that we have policies in place that our departments and agencies can have clarity on the intention and purpose of the administration. We're benefiting from the fact that this administration came out early in support of Artemis. So now we're moving into implementation. We're looking for our, Joel, actually, thanks for teeing that up earlier. The technologies being developed by the Department of Energy, the programs being demonstrated by the Department of Defense. Obviously a big focus on the activities at NASA, but trying to synchronize those activities across the board where there is commonality, where there are opportunities to leverage activities going on in different departments and agencies, and making sure that they are aware of how these technologies and other activities can benefit our civil space and human space flight exploration goals. Those are the areas that we're going to be focused on. So again, implementation and continued continuity, continued continuity, awful. But either way, continuity and implementation.
Great, thanks, Patrick. And Alicia, what about from your perspective?
Yeah, I don't think we're in danger of any policy changes here. I mean, I think the NASA leadership is all behind Moon to Mars. Like Patrick said, we are very lucky to get an early signal from the administration that they support the Artemis program. That was, we were hoping that was going to be the case, and it was really great to hear the press secretary say that early on. There are some near-term funding things that we're watching closely that Joel mentioned, the regular FY22 appropriations bill and the reconciliation bill. Regardless where we get, whatever the vehicle is, we do need some additional money for Artemis to ensure that we have a robust program in the 2020s. But really the biggest thing that I'm keeping an eye on is that first Artemis launch, hopefully later this year, the first launch of the Space Launch System and the Orion capsule. I think that'll really, tell us a lot and show us what our exploration program looks like for the coming years.
Yep. No, absolutely. No, great items. We just have a few minutes here, so why don't I just offer just any closing remarks here? Maybe I'll go reverse alphabetical order this time, or I'll give start with Joel here and anything before we close out here.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mike, and appreciate everyone. This has been a great discussion. I mean, we definitely have some challenges to getting humans to Mars, but I will say, big picture, if anyone can do it, we can. This country, NASA is a space agency, the commercial industry that we've seen grow in the space industry. We can do this. It's fully within the realm of the possible with the right funding, the right policy, and solving these technical hurdles. It's absolutely possible. So, I think it's going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a question more of when. And so we'll have to see.
Thank you, Joel. How about you, Patrick?
I'd just like to, say thank you to you and to the other panelists, and again, comment on the great terminology, maintaining momentum. Talked a lot today about opportunities, the inspiration that Mars exploration or future Artemis and ultimately Mars exploration missions provide. Really a great way to inspire and motivate the people in the profession today and those students looking forward to careers and opportunities in the future. So again, a message of optimism and inspiration to mirror Joel's.
Yep. Thanks, Patrick. Alicia?
I think I heard that there are a couple of thousand people listening to this conference. And if all of you are going out and talking to the people about why space exploration is so important and why we should be investing in deep space exploration, I think that that's just going to be a tremendous help to us in communicating the value of space exploration to the country. The president spoke earlier this year in Pittsburgh about how much investments in space have benefited life on Earth. And I wish we could hear more of that every day. It would really help us make the case. And then the last thing I wanted to say is, we hear so many of these arguments about new space versus old space or commercial versus civil. I think it's all of us. It's not an or, it's all of us together trying to make progress and trying to make this goal happen. And I think that diversity is our strength, and that diversity is going to be the reason that we succeed.
Yeah, thank you, Alicia. Joel, Patrick, Alicia, thank you so much for this great discussion. And thank you all for those who joined the discussion. I think it was obvious that Explore Mars, the Human to Mars Conference, and your participation in it are incredibly important to maintain this momentum as much as the things we talked about it. They're behind it all. And so thank you very much. And with that, we'll transfer over to the next activity. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mike.
What a glorious day. Again, it makes me incredibly proud to be part of Explore Mars and bringing the Human to Mars Summit. We've heard from people all across architecture and mission and policy, and it's good to know that it appears we are ever committed, even more so, to not only the moon, but onto Mars. So students, take heart. We will get there. You will get there.
Absolutely. And although this is the end of our afternoon session, don't forget we have a spectacular session tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time with Dr. Shauna Pandya, looking at diversity within the space community, how we can expand diversity to make sure everybody has access to space exploration. Everybody can take part in this voyage, this exciting journey moving forward. So join us then at 7 o'clock. I also want to mention that we haven't put it on the agenda yet, but we'll put details out soon. We will be having a viewing party for the Inspiration 4 launch on Wednesday evening. We will put details on the agenda very soon once we've worked out all the details. But once again, we're very excited about that. You know, wishing the Inspiration 4 crew and our own Cyan Proctor on her mission into orbit. So there she is again on the Time magazine cover. So stay posted on that. Before we let you go this afternoon, I also want to thank our premier sponsors once again: Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Collins Aerospace, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and the full list of sponsors are on the website, as well as our partners. And as I mentioned earlier, if you want to join us in person, we're going to do the Humans to Mars Summit 2022 in person at we hope, we're crossing our fingers, at the National Academy of Sciences building in Washington, D.C. on May 17th through 19th. So you can get a pre-registration for much lower than our normal price at h2m2022.eventbrite.com. So we will post that throughout the conference, so you can register for that and get a discounted price. But otherwise, I think we look forward to seeing you this evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you very much.
And starting bright and early tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. Hope to see you this evening, and stick around for some words from students who definitely want to be the first astronauts on Mars.
Hello. My name is Lucas, and I'm an eight-year-old third grader from Toms River, New Jersey. I want to talk to you today about why Mars is so important in our quest to learn about space. Some people ask, why Mars? Why not look at the atmosphere of Venus or some other planet or moon? Well, there's many reasons, actually. First, curiosity has proved that there are resources that we could use on Mars, like possibly water underground. Water is very important if you want to live or work on another planet, if you want to build or explore. Second, we are already preparing for this to be the next step. We have already sent 5 rovers to Mars, which have been taking lots of data. The next step will be humans. Third, there's already a search for ancient life on Mars. Perseverance is working on this and helping to expand our knowledge. We want to continue Perseverance's mission and build on what we have learned. Fourth, other than Venus, Mars is the closest planet to Earth. We can get to Mars in months rather than years like it will take to get to most other planets or moons of planets. Unlike Venus's gas-based atmosphere, we can understand Mars's atmosphere better, can navigate more efficiently. A final reason why Mars makes sense is the presence of natural resources, such as finding iron on Mars. Iron can be used as a basis of building materials such as steel, which can be critical on the surface. It is not reasonable to transport most building materials from Earth to another planet, especially heavy and large materials. So the iron we discovered on Mars could be used to build and create on the planet. One day, I'm determined to be one of the NASA engineers who goes to Mars. Thank you for all current astronauts, scientists, engineers, and others who are working to make our space exploration dreams a reality. I have to go take a call from NASA themselves. Hello, my name is Lucas.
Hello, my name is Sachita, and I'm in 9th grade. Why Mars? Well, why not Mars? Mars is a planet that will help us look further into the past and grasp a better understanding of it. We might actually be able to see if there are other life forms near us so that we can determine that we are not alone in this universe. And when the time comes that our planet, the Earth, anymore, Mars would be a great place for humanity to live before we can move on to explore other celestial objects in the universe. Also, as I would like to be an astronaut, I would like to see other humans, as well as I, to be up there exploring another planet, which the human race has never done before. I think Mars is a very fascinating place, as it is very unlike the Earth. It is covered in iron oxide, which is most commonly known as rust, whereas the Earth is covered with land and water. And a different scenery would be very cool to study. Although we might face problems getting and staying there, such as the radiation, the toxic soil, the low gravity, the lack of water and supplies, the duration of the trips for the astronauts, and etc., I believe that humanity can overcome this and persevere so that we can rise up to this challenge and finally explore Mars. Thank you for your time. Hello, my name is Sachita and I'm in 9th grade. Why Mars? Well, why not Mars? Mars is a planet that will help us look further into the past and grasp a better understanding of it. We might actually be able to see if there are other life forms near us so that we can determine that we are not alone in this universe. And when the time comes that our planet, the Earth, is not habitable anymore, Mars would be a great place for humanity to live before we can move on to explore other celestial objects in the universe. Also, as I would like to be an astronaut,
Hi, my name is Lucia, and I'm 9 years old. I think we should go to Mars to find water and life. I want to find water because humans drink water. I want people to live on Mars to find out why water disappeared on Mars. And I want people to study the rocks and volcanoes. I want them to figure out how to stop water from disappearing on Earth.
Hi, Christopher here, future astronaut. Carl Sagan once said, "The sky calls to us." Today, I would like to update his quote by stating this: Mars calls to us. From the beginning of time, humans have always traveled, and I believe that exploration is part of what makes us human. I can't think of many reasons of why we should not go to Mars. It's an opportunity to explore and to carry forward humanity as a multi-planetary species. But most importantly, going to Mars can perhaps potentially yield solutions to some of Earth's biggest challenges that we face today. So when I think about Mars, I think about Earth and how exploration beyond our atmosphere is bound to lead to discoveries that will be stepping stones for all of humanity. My generation is getting ready for the journey. After all, Mars calls to us.